40 bones, which are divided into 3 parts: the head, the trunk, and the extremities. The head is divided into calvarium and face. The skull is constructed of 8 bones, and to it are attached the 4 ocelots of the ear. The face is furnished with an upper jaw of 11 bones and a lower jaw of 1, and to these are added the teeth 2 and 30 in number, and the osioids. FN number 396. The trunk is divided into spinal column, breast and basin. The spinal column is made up of 4 and 20 bones, called figure or vertebra, the breast, of the breastbone and the ribs, which are 4 and 20 in number, 12 on each side, and the basin of the hips, the sacrum FN number 397, and os coccyges. The extremities divided into upper and lower, arms and legs. The arms are again divided, firstly into shoulder, comprising shoulder blades and collarbone, secondly into the upper arm which is 1 bone, thirdly into forearm, composed of 2 bones, the radius and the ulnar, and fourthly into the hand, consisting of the wrist, the metacarpus of 5 and the fingers, which number 5, of 3 bones each, called the phalanges, except the thumb, which hath but 2. The lower extremities are divided, firstly into thigh, which is 1 bone, secondly into leg, composed of 3 bones, the tibia, the fibula and the patella, and thirdly into the foot, divided, like the hand, into tarsus, metatarsus and toes, and is composed of 7 bones, ranged in 2 rows, 2 in one and 5 in the other, and the metatarsus is composed of the 5 bones and the toes number 5, each of 3 phalanges except the big toe which hath only 2. Q, which is the root of the veins, the aorta, from which they ramify, and they are many, none knoweth the tale of them save he who created them, but I repeat, it is said that they number 360. FN number 398. Moreover, Allah hath appointed the tongue as interpreter for the thought, the eyes to serve as lanterns, the nostrils to smell with, and the hands for preferences. The liver is the seat of pity, the spleen of laughter FN number 399, and the kidneys of graft, the lungs are ventilators, the stomach the storehouse, and the heart the prop and pillar of the body. When the heart is sound, the whole body is sound, and when the heart is corrupt, the whole body is corrupt. Q. What are the outward signs and symptoms evidencing disease in the members of the body, both external and internal? A physician, who is a man of understanding, looketh into the state of the body and is guided by the feel of the hands, FN number 400, according as they are firm or flabby, hot or cool, moist or dry. Internal disorders are also indicated by external symptoms, such as yellowness of the white of the eyes, which denoteth jaundice, and bending of the back, which denoteth disease of the lungs. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 451st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel had described to the doctor the outer signs and symptoms, quoth he, Thou hast replied aright. Now what are the internal symptoms of disease? The science of the diagnosis of disease by internal symptoms is founded upon 6 canons. 1. The patient's actions. 2. What is evacuated from his body. 3. The nature of the pain. And 4. The site thereof. 5. Swelling. And 6. The effluvia given off his person. Q. How cometh hurt to the head? By the ingestion of food upon food, before the first be digested, and by fullness upon fullness, this it is that wasteth peoples. He would live long, let him be early with the morning meal and not late with the evening meal, let him be sparing of commerce with women and chary of such depletory measures as cupping and bloodletting, and let him make of his belly 3 parts, 1 for food, 1 for drink and the 3rd for air, for that a man's intestines are 18 spans in length, and it befitteth that he appoint 6 for meat, 6 for drink, and 6 for breath. If he walk, let him go gently, it will be wholesomer for him and better for his body and more in accordance with the saying of the Almighty, Walk not proudly on the earth. FN number 401. Q. What are the symptoms of yellow bile and what is to be feared therefrom? The symptoms are sallow complexion and bitter taste in the mouth with dryness, failure of the appetite, venereal another, and rapid pulse, and the patient hath to fear high fever and delirium and eruptions and jaundice and tumour and ulcers of the bowels and excessive thirst. Q. What are the symptoms of black bile and what hath the patient to fear from it, and it get the mastery of the body? The symptoms are false appetite and great mental disquiet and cark and care, and it behoveth that it be evacuated, else it will generate melancholia. FN number 402, and leprosy and cancer and disease of the spleen and ulceration of the bowels. Q. Into how many branches is the art of medicine divided? Into two. The art of diagnosing diseases, and that of restoring the diseased body to health. Q. When is the drinking of medicine more efficacious than other one? When the sap runs in the wood and the grape thickens in the cluster and the two auspicious planets, Jupiter and Venus, are in the ascendant, then sitteth in the proper season for drinking of drugs and doing away of disease. Q. What time is it, when, if a man drink water from a new vessel, the drink is sweeter and lighter or more digestible to him than at another time, and there ascendeth to him a pleasant fragrance and a penetrating. When he waiteth a while after eating, as quoth the poet, drink not upon thy food in haste but wait a while, else thou with halter shalt thy frame to sickness lead, and patient bear a little thirst from food, then drink, and thus, O brother, haply thou shalt win thy need. FN number 403. Q. What food is it that giveth not rise to ailments? That which is not eaten but after hunger, and when it is eaten, the ribs are not filled with it, even as saith Jalinus or Galen the physician, whoso will take in food, let him go slowly and he shall not go wrongly. And to conclude with his saying, on whom be blessing and peace, the stomach is the house of disease, and diet is the head of healing. For the origin of all sickness is indigestion, that is to say, corruption of the meat. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 452nd night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damsel said to the doctor, the stomach is the house of disease and diet is the head of healing, for the origin of all sickness is indigestion, that is to say, corruption of the meat in the stomach, he rejoined, thou hast replied aright. What sayest thou of the hammam? Let not the full man enter it. Quoth the Prophet, the bath is the blessing of the house, for that it cleanseth the body and calleth to mind the fire. Q. What hammams are best for bathing in? Those whose waters are sweet and whose space is ample and which are kept well aired, their atmosphere representing the four seasons autumn and summer and winter and spring. Q. What kind of food is the most profitable? That which women make and which hath not cost over much trouble and which is readily digested. The most excellent of food is brewis FN number 404, or bread sopped in broth, according to the saying of the Prophet, brewis excelleth other food, even as ash excelleth other women. Q. What kind of kitchen, or seasoning, is most profitable? Flesh meat, quoth the Prophet, is the most excellent of kitchen, for that it is the delight of this world and the next world. Q. What kind of meat is the most profitable? Mutton, the jerked meat is to be avoided, for there is no profit in it. Q. What of fruits? Eat them in their prime and quit them when their season is past. Q. What sayest thou of drinking water? Drink it not in large quantities nor swallow it by gulps, or it will give thee headache and cause divers kinds of harm. Neither drink it immediately after leaving the hammam nor after carnal copulation or eating, except it be after the lapse of 15 minutes for a young man and 40 for an old man, nor after waking from sleep. Q. What of drinking fermented liquors? Doth not the prohibition suffice thee in the book of Almighty Allah, where he saith, verily, wine and lots and images, and the divining arrows are an abomination of Satan's work, therefore avoid them, that ye may prosper. FN number 405, and again, They will ask thee concerning wine and lots. Answer, in both there is great sin and also some things of use unto men, but their sinfulness is greater than their use. FN number 406. Hence quoth the poet, O bibber of liquor, art not ashamed to drink what Allah forbade thee drain? Put it far from thee and approach it not, it holds what Allah forbade as bane. And quoth another to the same purport, I drank the sin till my reason fled, ill drink that reason to loss misled. As for the advantages that be therein, it disperseth stone and gravel from the kidneys and strengtheneth the viscera and banisheth care, and moveth to generosity and preserveth health and digestion, it conserveth the body, expelleth disease from the joints, purifieth the frame of corrupt humours, engendereth cheerfulness, gladdeneth the heart of man and keepeth up the natural heat, it contracteth the bladder, enforceth the liver and removeth obstructions, reddeneth the cheeks, cleareth away maggots from the brain and deferreth grey hairs. In short, had not Allah, to whom be honour and glory, forbidden it, FN number 407, they were not on the face of the earth thought fit to stand in its stead. As for gambling by lots, it is a game of hazard such as dicing, not of skill. Q. What wine is best? That which is pressed from white grapes and kept 80 days or more after fermentation. It resembleth not water, and indeed there is nothing on the surface of the earth like unto it. Q. What sayest thou of cupping? It is for him who is overfull of blood and who hath no defect therein, and whoso would be cupped, let it be during the wane of the moon, on a day without cloud, wind or rain, and on the 17th of the month. If it fall on a Tuesday, it will be the more efficacious, and nothing is more salutary for the brain and eyes and for clearing the intellect than cupping. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 453rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel enumerated the benefits of cupping, quoth the doctor, What is the best time for cupping? One should be cupped on the spittle, that is, in the morning before eating, for this fortifieth the wit and the memory. It is reported of the Prophet that, when anyone complained to him of a pain in the head or legs, he would bid him be cupped, and after cupping not eat salt food, fasting, for it engendereth scurvy, neither eat sour things and curded milk. FN number 408, immediately after cupping. Q. When is cupping to be avoided? On Sabbaths or Saturdays and Wednesdays, and let him who is cupped on these days blame none but himself. Moreover, one should not be cupped in a very hot weather nor in very cold weather, and the best season for cupping is springtide. Quoth the doctor, Now tell me of canal copulation. Hereupon Tuadat hung her head, for shame and confusion before the Caliph's majesty, then said, By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, it is not that I am at fault, but that I am ashamed, though, indeed, the answer is on the edge of my tongue. Said the Caliph, Speak, O damsel. Whereupon said she, Copulation hath in it many and exceeding virtues and praiseworthy qualities, amongst which are, that it lighteneth a body full of black bile and calmeth the heat of love and induceth affection and dilateth the heart and dispelleth the sadness of solitude, and the excess of it is more harmful in summer and autumn than in spring and winter. Q. What are its good effects? It banisheth trouble and disquiet, calmeth love and wrath, and is good for ulcers, especially in a cold and dry humour. On the other hand, excess of it weakeneth the sight and engendereth pains in the legs and head and back, and beware of canal connection with old women, for they are deadly. Quoth the Imam Ali FN number 409, whose face Salah honor, 4 things kill and ruin the body, entering the hammam on a full stomach, eating salt food, copulation on a plethora of blood, and lying with an ailing woman, for she will weaken thy strength and infect thy frame with sickness, and an old woman is deadly poison. And quoth one of them, Beware of taking an old woman to wife, though she be richer in hoards than Quran. FN number 410, Q. What is the best copulation? If the woman be tender of years, comely of shape, fair of face, swelling of breast and of noble race. She will add to thee strength and health of body, and let her be even as saith a certain poet describing her. Seeing thy looks what thou deserst read, by inspiration, wants nor word nor sign, and, when thou dost behold her rarest grace, the charms of every garden canst decline. Q. At what time is copulation good? If by night, after food digested, and if by day, after the morning meal. Q. What are the most excellent fruits? Pomegranate and citron. Q. Which is the most excellent of vegetables? Endive. FN number 411. Q. Which of sweet-scented flowers? Rose and violet. Q. How is the seed of man secreted? There is in man a vein which feedeth all the other veins. Now water is collected from the 360 veins and, in the form of red blood, entereth the left testicle, where it is decocted, by the heat of temperament inherent in the son of Adam, into a thick, white liquid, whose odour is as that of the palm's bud. Q. What flying thing is it that emitteth seed and menstruateth? The flittermouse, FN number 412, that is the bat. Q. What is that which, when confined and shut out from the air liveth, and when let out to smell the air dieth? The fish. Q. What serpent layeth eggs? The serpent or dragon. FN number 413. With this the physician waxed weary with much questioning, and held his peace, when Tuadad said to the Caliph, O Commander of the Faithful, he hath questioned me till he is tired out, and now I will ask him one question, which if he answer not, I will take his clothes as lawful prize. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 454th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel said to the Commander of the Faithful, verily he hath questioned me till he is tired out, and now I will ask him one question, which if he answer not I will take his clothes as lawful prize, the Caliph cried, ask on. So quoth she to the physician, what is that thing which resembleth the earth in roundness, whose resting place and whose spine are hidden from men's eyes, little of price and estimation, narrow of chest and shackled as to throat, though it be nor runaway slave nor pestilent thief, thrust through and through, though not in fray, and wounded, though not in fight, time eateth its figure and water wasteth it away, now it is beaten without blemish, and then made to serve without stint, united after separation, submissive, but not to him who caresseth it, pregnant without child in belly, drooping, yet not leaning on its side, becoming dirty yet purifying itself, cleaving to its fear, yet changing, copulating without yard, wrestling without arms, resting and taking its ease, bitten, yet not crying out, now more complaisant than a cup companion and then more troublesome than summer heat, leaving its mate by night and embracing her by day and having its abode in the corners of the mansions of the noble. The physician was silent while in perplexity, and his colour changed, and he bowed his head and made no reply, whereupon she said to him, Ho, the doctor, speak or doff thy dress. At this, he rose and said, O Commander of the Faithful, bear witness against me that this damsel is more learned than I in medicine and what else, and that I cannot cope with her. And he put off his clothes and fled forth. Quoth the Caliph to Tuadad, Reus thy riddle, and she replied, O Commander of the Faithful, it is the button and button loop. FN number 414. Then she undertook the astronomers and said, let him of you who is an astronomer rise and come forward. So the astronomer advanced and sat down before her, and, when she saw him, she laughed and said, Art thou the astronomer, the mathematician, the scribe? Yes, answered he. Quoth she, ask of what thou wilt, success resteth with Allah. So he said, tell me of the sun and its rising and setting. And she replied, know that the sun riseth from the shadows in the eastern hemisphere and sitteth in the shadows of the western, and each hemisphere compriseth 180 degrees. Quoth thou Almighty, I swear by the Lord of the east and of the west. FN number 415, and again, He it is who hath ordained the sun to shine by day, and the moon for a light by night, and hath appointed her station that ye might know the number of years and the computation of time. FN number 416, the moon is sultan of the night and the sun sultan of the day, and they vie with each other in their courses and follow without overtaking each other. Quoth Almighty Allah, it is not expedient that the sun overtake the moon in her course, neither doth the night outstrip the day, but each of these luminaries moveth in a peculiar orbit. FN number 417, Q when the day cometh, what becometh of the night, and what of the day, when the night cometh? He causeth the night to enter in upon the day, and he causeth the day to enter in upon the night. FN number 418, Q enumerate to me the mansions of the moon. FN number 419, they number 8 and 20, to wit, Sharatan, Burton, Zoraya, Dabaran, Hakka, Hana, Zira, Nazra, Taf, Jabba, Zubra, Safa, Simak, Gath, Zubani, Iklil, Kalb, Shola, Nam, Boulder, Sayed al-Zabih, Sayed al-Bala, Sayed al-Sawad, Sayed al-Akbir, Fag the former and Fag the latter, and Risha. They are disposed in the order of the letters of the Abjad or as a older alphabet. FN number 420, according to their numerical power, and in their mass secret virtues which none knoweth save Allah, extolled and exalted be He, and stablished in science. They are divided among the 12 signs of the zodiac, 2 mansions and a third of a mansion to each sign. Thus Sharatan, Burton and 1/3 of Zoraya, belong to Aries, the other 2/3 of Zoraya, Dabaran and 2/3 of Hakka to Taurus, the other third of Hakka, Hana and Zira to Gemini, Nazra, Taf and 1/3 of Jabba to Cancer, the other 2/3 of Jabba, Zubra and 2/3 of Safa to Leo, the other third of Safa, and Samak to Virgo, Gath, Zubani and 1/3 of Iklil to Libra, the other 2/3 of Iklil, Kalb and 2/3 of Shola to Scorpio, the other third of Shola, Aim and Boulder to Sagittarius, Sayed al-Zabih, Sayed al-Bala and 1/3 of Sayed al-Sawad to Capricorn, the other 2/3 of Sayed al-Sad, Sayed al-Akbir and 2/3 of Fag the former to Aquarius, the other third of Fag the former, Fag the latter and Risha to Pisces. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 455th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damsel enumerated the mansions and distributed them into their signs, the astronomer said, Thou hast replied aright, now tell me of the planets and their natures, also of their sojourn in the zodiacal signs, their aspects, auspicious and sinister, their houses, ascendants and descendants. She answered, The sitting is narrow for so large a matter, but I will say as much as I can. Now the planets number 7, which are, the Sun, the Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. The Sun, hot dry, sinister in conjunction, favourable in opposition, abideth 30 days in each sign. The Moon, cold moist and favourable of aspect, tarrieth in each sign 2 days and a third of another day. Mercury is of a mixed nature, favourable in conjunction with the favourable, and sinister in conjunction with the sinister aspects, and abideth in each sign 17 days and a half day. Venus, temperate and favourable, abideth in each sign 25 days. Mars is sinister and runneth in each sign 10 months. Jupiter is auspicious and abideth in each sign a year. Saturn, cold, dry and sinister, tarrieth in each sign 30 months. The house of the Sun is Leo, her ascendant is Aries, and her descendant Aquarius. The Moon's house is Cancer, his ascendant Taurus, his descendant Scorpio and his sinister aspect Capricorn. Saturn's house is Capricorn Aquarius, his ascendant Libra, his descendant Aries and his sinister aspects Cancer and Leo. Jupiter's house is Pisces Sagittarius, his ascendant Cancer, his descendant Capricorn and his sinister aspects Gemini and Leo. Venus's house is Taurus, her ascendant Pisces, her descendant Libra, and her sinister aspects Aries and Scorpio. Mercury's house is Gemini Virgo, his ascendant Virgo, his descendant Pisces, and his sinister aspect Taurus. Mars' house is Aries Scorpio, his ascendant Capricorn, his descendant Cancer, and his sinister aspect Libra. Now when the astronomer saw her acuteness and comprehensive learning and heard her fair answers, he bethought him for a sleight to confound her before the commander of the faithful, and said to her, "O damsel, tell me, will rain fall this month?" At this she bowed her head and pondered so long, that the caliph thought her at a loss for an answer, and the astronomer said to her, "Why dost thou not speak?" Quoth she, "I will not speak except the commander of the faithful give me leave." So the caliph laughed and said, "How so?" Cried she, "I would have thee give me a sword, that I may strike off his head, for he is an infidel, an agnostic, an atheist." FN number 421. At this, loud laughed the caliph, and those about him laughed, and she continued, "O astronomer, there are 5 things that none knoweth save Allah Almighty," and she repeated the verset, Allah! With him is the knowledge of the hour, and he causeth the rain to descend at his own appointed time, and he knoweth what is in the wombs of females, but no soul knoweth what it shall have gotten on the morrow, neither wotteth any soul in what land it shall die. Verily Allah is knowing, informed of all. FN number 422. Quoth the astronomer, "Thou hast said well, and I, by Allah, thought only to try thee." Rejoined she, "Know that the almanac makers have certain signs and tokens, referring to the planets and constellations relative to the coming in of the year, and folk have learned something by experience. What be that? Each day hath a planet that ruleth it, so if the first day in the year fall on first day, Sunday, that day is the sun's, and this portendeth, though Allah alone is all-knowing, oppression of the kings and sultans and governors, and much miasma and lack of rain, and that people will be in great tumult, and the grain crop will be good, except lentils, which will perish, and the vines will rot, and flax will be dear, and wheat cheap from the beginning of Juba to the end of Barmahat." FN number 423. And, in this year there will be much fighting among kings, and there shall be great plenty of good in this year. But Allah is all-knowing. What if the first day fall on second day, Monday? That day belongeth to the moon, and portendeth righteousness in administrators and officials, and that it will be a year of much rain, and grain crops will be good, but linseed will decay, and wheat will be cheap in the month. FN number 424. Also the plague will rage, and the sheep and goats will die, grapes will be plentiful, and honey scarce, and cotton cheap. And Allah is omniscient. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 456th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damsel ended her notice of second day, the astronomer said to her, Now tell me what will occur if New Year's Day fall on third day, Tuesday." She replied, "That is Mars' day, and portendeth death of great man, and much destruction, and deluge of blood, and dearness of grain, lack of rain, and scarcity of fish, which will anon be in excess, and anon fail. Lentils and honey in this year will be cheap, and linseed dear, and only barley will thrive, to the exception of all other cereals. Great will be the fighting among kings, and death will be in the blood, and there will be much mortality among asses. What if it fall on fourth day? That is Mercury's day, and portendeth great tumult among the folk, and much enmity, and, though rains be moderate, rotting of some of the green crops, also that there will be sore mortality among cattle and young children, and much fighting by sea, that wheat will be dear from Bermuda to Misra, FN number 425, and other grains cheap. Thunder and lightning will abound, and honey will be dear. Palm trees will thrive and bear abundantly, and flax and cotton will be plentiful, while radishes and onions will be dear, but Allah is all-knowing. What if it fall on fifth day? that is Jupiter's day and portendeth equity in wazirs and righteousness in qazis and fakirs and the ministers of religion, and that good will be plentiful, rains and fruit and trees and grain will abound, and flax, cotton, honey, grapes and fish be cheap, and Allah is omniscient. Q. What if it fall on meeting day or Friday? That day appertaineth to Venus and portendeth oppression in the chiefs of the jinn and talk of forgery and backbiting. There will be much dew, the autumn crops will be good in the land and there will be cheapness in one town and not in another, and graciousness will be rife by land and sea, linseed will be dear, also wheat, in Hatta, but cheap in Hampshire, honey will be dear and grapes and watermelons will rot, and Allah is omniscient. Q. What if it fall on the Sabbath, Saturday? That is Saturn's day and portendeth the preferment of slaves and Greeks and those in whom there is no good, neither in their neighborhood. There will be great drought and dearth, clouds will abound and death will be rife among the sons of Adam, and woe to the people of Egypt and Syria from the oppression of the Sultan and failure of blessing upon the green crops and rotting of grain, and Allah is all-knowing. FN number 426. Now with this, the astronomer hung his head very low, and she said to him, O astronomer, I will ask thee one question, which if thou answer not, I will take thy clothes. Ask, replied he. Quoth she, where is Saturn's dwelling place? And he answered, in the 7th heaven. Q. And that of Jupiter? In the 6th heaven. Q. And that of Mars? In the 5th heaven. Q. And that of the Sun? In the 4th heaven. Q. And that of Venus? In the 3rd heaven. Q. And that of Mercury? In the 2nd heaven. Q. And that of the Moon? In the 1st heaven. Quoth she, well answered, but I have one more question to ask thee. And quoth he, ask. Accordingly she said, now tell me concerning the stars, into how many parts are they divided? But he was silent and answered nothing, and she cried to him, put off thy clothes. So he doffed them and she took them, after which the Caliph said to her, tell us the answer to thy question. She replied, O Commander of the Faithful, the stars are divided into 3 parts, whereof 1/3 is hung in the sky of the earth, FN number 427, as it were lamps, to give light to the earth, and a part is used to shoot the demons withal, when they draw near by stealth to listen to the talk in heaven. Quoth thou Almighty, verily, we have dyed the sky of the earth with the adornment of the stars, and have appointed them for projectiles against every rebellious Satan. FN number 428, and the 3rd part is hung in air to illuminate the seas and give light to what is therein. Quoth the astronomer, I have one more question to ask, which if she answer, I will avow myself beaten. Say on, answered she. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 457th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the astronomer said, now tell me what 4 contraries are based upon other 4 contraries? Replied she, the 4 qualities of caloric and frigoric, humidity and siccity. For of heat Allah created fire, whose nature is hot-dry, of dryness, earth, which is cold-dry, of cold, water, which is cold-wet, of moisture, air, which is hot-wet. Moreover, he created 12 signs of the zodiac, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius and Pisces, and appointed them of the 4 humours, 3 fiery, Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius, 3 earthly, Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn, 3 airy, Gemini, Libra and Aquarius, and 3 watery, Cancer, Scorpio and Pisces. Hereupon the astronomer rose, and saying, bear witness against me that she is more learned than I, away he went beaten. Then quoth the Caliph, where is the philosopher? FN number 429. At which one rose hastily and came forward and said to Tuadad, what is time and what be its limits, and its days, and what things bringeth it? Replied she, Time is a term applied to the hours of the night and day, which are but the measures of the courses of the sun and moon in their several heavens, even as Allah Almighty telleth us when he saith, assigned to them also is the night, from which we strip off the day, and lo, they are plunged in darkness, and the sun runneth to her place of rest. This is the ordinance of the Sublime, the All-Knowing. FN number 430. Q. How cometh unbelief to the son of Adam? It is reported of the Apostle, whom Allah bless and preserve, that he said, unbelief in the man runneth as the blood runneth in his veins, when he revealeth the world and time and night and the hour. And again, let none of you revile time, for time is God, neither revile the world, for she saith, may Allah not aid him who revealeth me, neither revile the hour, for the hour is surely coming, there is no doubt thereof. FN number 431. Neither revile the earth, for it is a portent, according to the saying of the Most High, out of the ground have we created you, and into the same will we cause you to return, and we will bring you forth yet thence another time. FN number 432. Q. What are the five that ate and drank, yet came not out of loins nor womb? Adam and Simeon. FN number 433. And Salih she-Camel. FN number 434, and Ishmael's ram and the bird that Abu Bakr the truth-teller saw in the cave. FN number 435, Q. Tell me of five that are in paradise and are neither humans, jinns nor angels. Jacob's wolf and the seven sleepers dog, Ondar's ass and Salih's camel, and Duldul the mule of the Prophet, upon whom be blessings and peace. Q. What man prayed a prayer neither on earth nor in heaven? Solomon, when he prayed on his carpet, borne by the wind. Q. Read me this riddle. A man once looked at a handmaid during dawn prayer, and she was unlawful to him, but at noonday she became lawful to him. By mid-afternoon, she was again unlawful, but at sundown, she was lawful to him. At supper time she was a third time unlawful, but by daybreak, she became once more lawful to him. This was a man who looked at another's slave girl in the morning, and she was then unlawful to him, but at midday he bought her, and she became lawful to him. At mid-afternoon he freed her, and she became unlawful to him, but at sundown he married her, and she was again lawful to him. At nightfall he divorced her, and she was then the third time unlawful to him, but next morning at daybreak, he took her back, and she became once more lawful to him. Q. Tell me what tomb went about with him that lay buried therein? Jonah's whale, when it had swallowed him. Q. What spot of lowland is it, upon which the sun shone once, but will never again shine till judgment day? The bottom of the Red Sea, when Moses smote it with his staff, and the sea clave asunder in 12 places, according to the number of the tribes. FN number 436. Then the sun shone on the bottom, and will do so nevermore until judgment day. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 458th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the philosopher then addressed the damsel, saying, What was the first skirt that trailed over the face of the earth? She replied, That of Hagar, out of shame before error, and it became a custom among the Arabs. Q. What is that which breatheth without life? Quoth Almighty Allah, by the morning when it breatheth. FN number 437. Q. Read me this riddle. A number of pigeons came to a high tree and lighted, some on the tree and others under it. Said those on the tree to those on the ground, If one of you come up to us, ye will be a third part of us all in number. And if one of us descend to you, we shall be like unto you in number. How many pigeons were there in all? 12. 7 alighted on the tree and 5 beneath, and, if one go up, those above would be 8 to 4, and, if one go down, both would be 6, and Allah is all-knowing. FN number 438. With this the philosopher put off his clothes and fled, whereupon the next contest took place. For she turned to the ulama present and said, Which of you is the rhetorician that can discourse of all arts and sciences? There came forward a sage hight Ibrahim bin Sa'ir and said to her, "Think me not like the rest." Quoth she, "It is the more assured to me that thou wilt be beaten, for that thou art a boaster, and Allah will help me to victory over thee, that I may strip thee of thy clothes. So, if thou sentest one to fetch thee wherewithal to cover thyself, 'twould be well for thee." Cried he, "By Allah, I will assuredly conquer thee and make thee a byword among the peoples, generation after generation." Rejoined she, "Do penance in advance for thy broken oath." Then he asked, "What 5 things did Allah create before he made man?" And she answered, "Water and earth and light and darkness and the fruits of the earth." Q. What did Allah create with a hand of omnipotence? The Arsh, throne of God, or the imperial heaven and the tree tuber, FN number 439, and Adam and the Garden of Eden. These Allah created with a hand of his omnipotence, but to all other created things he said, "Be, and they were." Q. Who is thy father in Al-Islam? Muhammad, whom Allah bless and preserve. Q. Who was the father in Al-Islam of Muhammad? Abraham, the friend of God. Q. What is the faith of Al-Islam? The professing that there is no God but the God and that Muhammad is the apostle of God. Q. What is thy first and thy last? My first is man's seed in the shape of foul water, and my last filthy carrion. The first of me is dust and the last of me is dust. Quoth the poet, "Of dust was I created, and man did I become, in question never ready and I fluent in reply. Then I unto the dust returned, became of it again, for that, in very deed, of dust at first create was I." He continued, "What thing was it, whose first state was wood and its last life?" Moses' staff, FN number 440, when he cast it on the valley ground and it became, by permission of Allah, a writhing serpent. Q. What is the meaning of the word of the Lord, and I have other occasion for it? FN number 441, he, Moses, was wont to plant his staff in the ground, and it would flower and fruit and shade him from the heat and from the cold. Moreover, it would carry him when he was weary, and whilst he slept, guard his sheep from lions and wild beasts. Q. What woman was born of a man alone, and what man of a woman alone? Eve of Adam and Jesus of Mary. FN number 442. Q. Tell me of the 4 fires. What fire eateth and drinketh? What fire eateth but drinketh not? What fire drinketh but eateth not? And what other neither eateth nor drinketh? The fire of the world eateth but drinketh not. The fire which eateth and drinketh is hellfire. The fire of the sun drinketh but eateth not. And the fire of the moon neither eateth nor drinketh. Q. Which is the open door and which the shut? The traditional ordinances are the open door, the Quranic the shut door. Q. Of what doth the poet speak, when he saith, "And dweller in the tomb whose food is at his head, when he eateth of that meat, of words he waxeth fain, he riseth and he walketh and he talketh without tongue, and returneth to the tomb where his kith and kin are lain. No living wight is he, yet, in honour he abides, nor dead yet he deserveth that Allah him assain." She replied, "The reed ben." FN number 443. Quoth he, what doth the poet refer to in these verses? 2 vests in one, blood flowing easiest wise, rosy red ears and mouth wide open lies. It hath a cock-like form, its belly pecks and, if you prize it, half a dirham buys. She replied, "The ink case." Quoth he, and in these, "Ho say to men of wisdom, wit and law to sapient, reverend, clever counsellor, tell me what was't you saw that bird bring forth when wandering Arab land and Ajamor? No flesh it beareth and it hath no blood, nor down nor any feathers ere it wore. 'Tis eaten cooked and eke 'tis eaten cold, 'tis eaten buried neath the flames that draw. It showeth 2-fold colours, silver white and yellow brighter than pure golden ore. 'Tis not seen living or we count it dead, so re my riddle rich in marvels tore." She replied, "Thou makest longsome the questioning anent an egg worth the mite." Q. And this? I waved to and fro and he waved to and fro, with a motion so pleasant, now fast and now slow, and at last he sank down on my bosom of snow. Your love a friend? No friend, my fan. FN number 444, said she. Q. How many words did Allah speak to Moses? It is related of the apostle that he said, God spoke to Moses 1515 words. Q. Tell me of 14 things that speak to the Lord of the worlds. The 7 heavens and the 7 earths, when they say, we come obedient to thy command. FN number 445. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 459th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damsel made the answer, the philosopher continued, tell me of Adam and how he was first created. And she said, Allah created Adam of clay, the clay he made of foam, and the foam of the sea of darkness, darkness of light, light of a fish, the fish of the rock of a ruby, the ruby of water, and the water he created by his omnipotence according to his saying, exalted be his name. His commandment when he will a thought, is but to say, be comma and it is. FN number 446. Q. What is meant by the poet in these verses? And eat a lacking mouth, and even more, yet trees and beasts to it are daily bread, well fed it thrives and shows a lively life, but give it water and do it dead? This, quoth she, is fire. And in these, he asked. Two lovers barred from every joy and bliss, who through the livelong night embracing lie, they guard the folk from all calamities, but with the rising sun apart they fly. She answered, the leaves of a door. Quoth he, tell me of the gates of Jannah. Quoth she, they are 7 in number and their names are comprised in these 2 couplets. Jahannam, next Lazar, and third Hatim, then Count Siren Sakarik, 5-fold, 6th comes Jahannam and Hoya the 7th, here are 7 hells in 4 lines briefly told. Quoth he, to what doth the poet refer when he saith, she wears a pair of ringlets long let down behind her, as she comes and goes at speed, and I that never tastes of sleep nor sheds a tear, for ne'er a drop it hath at need, that never all its life wore stitch of clothes, yet robes mankind in every mode of weed. Quoth she, a needle. Q. What is the length and what the breadth of the bridge Al-Sirat? Its length is 3,000 years' journey, 1,000 in descent and 1,000 in ascent and 1,000 level. It is sharper than a sword and finer than a hair. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 460th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damsel had described to him Al-Sirat, the philosopher said, inform me how many intercessions with Allah hath the Prophet for each soul? FN number 447, 3. Q. Was Abu Bakr the first who embraced Al-Islam? Yes. Q. Yet Ali became a Muslim before him? Ali came to the Prophet when he was a boy of 7 years old, for Allah vouchsafed him knowledge of the way of salvation in his tender youth, so that he never prostrated himself to idols. Quoth he, tell me which is the more excellent, Ali or Abbas? Now she knew that, in propounding this question, Ibrahim was laying a trap for her, for if she said, Ali is more excellent than Abbas, she would lack excuse with the Caliph for undervaluing his ancestor. So she bowed her head a while, now reddening, then paling, and lastly said, thou askest me of 2 excellent men, each having his own excellence. Let us return to what we were about. When the Caliph Harun al-Rashid heard her, he stood up and said, thou hast spoken well, by the Lord of the Kaaba, O Tuadad. Then quoth Ibrahim the rhetorician, what meaneth the poet when he saith, slim-waisted one, whose taste is sweetest sweet, likest the lance where on no head we scan, and all the lieges find it work them weel, eaten of afternoon in a amazing. She answered, the sugarcane, and he said, tell me of many things. Asked she, what are they? And he said, what is sweeter than honey, what is sharper than the sword, what is swifter than poison, What is the delight of a moment, and what the contentment of 3 days? What is the pleasantest of days? What is the joy of a week? What is that debt the worst debtor denieth not? What is the prison of the tomb? What is the joy of the heart? What is the snare of the soul? What is death in life? What is the disease that may not be healed? What is the shame that may not be wiped off? What is the beast that runneth not in cultivated fields, that lodgeth in waste places, and hateth the sons of Adam, and hath in him somewhat of the make of 7 strong and violent beasts? Quoth she, Hear what I shall say in reply. Then put off thy clothes, that I may explain to thee. And the Caliph said, Expound. And he shall doff his clothes. So she said, Now that, which is sweeter than honey, is the love of pious children to their 2 parents. That, which is sharper than the sword, is the tongue. That, which is swifter than poison, is the envier's eye. The delight of a moment is carnal copulation, and the contentment of 3 days is the depilatory for women. The pleasantest of days is that of profit on merchandise. The joy of a week is the bride. The debt, which the worst debtor denieth not, is death. The prison of the tomb is a bad son. The joy of the heart is a woman obedient to her husband. And it is said also that, when flesh meat descendeth upon the heart, it rejoiceth therein. The snare of the soul is a disobedient slave. Death in life is poverty. The disease that may not be healed is an ill nature, and the shame that may not be wiped away is an ill daughter. Lastly, the beast that runneth not in cultivated fields, that lodgeth in waste places, and hateth the sons of Adam, and hath in him somewhat of the make of 7 strong and violent beasts, is the locust, whose head is as the head of a horse, its neck as the neck of the bull, its wings as the wings of the vulture, its feet as the feet of the camel, its tail as the tail of the serpent, its belly as the belly of the scorpion, and its horns as the horns of the gazelle. The Caliph was astounded at her quickness and understanding, and said to the rhetorician, Doff thy clothes. So he rose up and cried, I call all who are present in this assembly to witness that she is more learned than I and every other learned man. And he put off his clothes and gave them to her, saying, Take them, and may Allah not bless them to thee. So the Caliph ordered him fresh clothes, and said, O Tuadad, there is one thing left of that for which thou didst engage, namely, chess. And he sent for experts of chess and cards, FN number 448, and trick-track. The chess player sat down before her, and they set the pieces, and he moved and she moved, but every move he made she speedily counted, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 461st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damsel was playing chess with the expert in presence of the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, whatever move he made was speedily countered by her, till she beat him, and he found himself checkmated. Quoth he, I did but lead thee on, that thou mightest think thyself skilful, but set up again, and thou shalt see. So they placed the pieces a second time, when he said in himself, Open thine eyes, or she will beat thee. And he fell to moving no piece, save after calculation, and ceased not to play, till she said, Thy king is dead! Checkmate. When he saw this he was confounded at her quickness and understanding, but she laughed and said, O Professor, I will make a wager with thee on this 3rd game. I will give thee the queen and the right-hand castle and the left-hand knight. If thou beat me, take my clothes, and if I beat thee, I will take thy clothes. Replied he, I agree to this, and they replaced the pieces, she removing queen, castle and knight. FN number 449, then said she, Move, O master. So he moved, saying to himself, I cannot but beat her, with such odds, and planned a combination, but, behold, she moved on, little by little, till she made one of her pawns FN number 450, a queen, and pushing up to him pawns and other pieces, to take off his attention, set one in his way and attempted him to take it. Accordingly, he took it, and she said to him, The measure is meted and the loads equally balanced. FN number 451, eat till thou art overfull, naught shall be thy ruin, O son of Adam, save thy greed. Knowest thou not that I did but tempt thee, that I might finesse thee? See, this is checkmate. Adding, so doff off thy clothes. Quoth he, leave me my bag trousers, so I'll repay thee, and he swore by Allah that he would contend with none, so long as Tuwaddud abode in the realm of Baghdad. Then he stripped off his clothes and gave them to her and went away. Thereupon came the backgammon player, and she said to him, if I beat thee this day, what wilt thou give me? Quoth he, I will give thee 10 suits of brocade of Constantinople, figured with gold, and 10 suits of velvet and 1,000 gold pieces, and if I beat thee, I ask nothing but that thou write me in acknowledgment of my victory. Quoth she, to it, then, and do thy best. So they played, and he lost and went away, chattering in Frankish jargon and saying, by the bounty of the Commander of the Faithful, there is not a like in all the regions of the world. Then the Caliph summoned players on instruments of music and asked her, dost thou know aught of music? When she answered, even so. He bade bring a worn lute, polished by use, whose owner forlorn and lone was by parting trodden down, and of which quoth one, describing it. Allah watered a land, and up sprang a tree struck root deep down, and raised head day. The birds o'er sang it when green its wood, and the fair o'er sing now the wood is dry. So they brought the lute in a bag of red satin, with tassels of saffron-coloured silk, and she opened the bag, and took it out, and behold on it was graven. Oft hath a tender bow made lute for maid, whose swift sweet lays at feast men's hearts invade. She sings, it follows on her song, as though the bells FN number 452, taught her all the modes she played. She lays her lute in her lap, and with bosom inclining over it, bent to it with the bending of a mother who suckleth her child. Then she preluded in 12 different modes, till the whole assembly was agitated with delight, like a waving sea, and she sang the following. Cut short this strangeness, leave and wrath of you, my heart shall love you, I, by youth of you. Have ruth on one who sighs and weeps and moans, pining and yearning for the troth of you. The Caliph was ravished and exclaimed, Allah bless thee and be merciful to him who taught thee. Whereupon she rose and kissed the ground before him. Then he sent for money and paid her master Abu al-Hasan 100,000 gold pieces to her price, after which he said to her, O Tuwaddud, ask a boon of me. Replied she, I ask of thee that thou restore me to my lord who sold me. 'Tis well, answered the Caliph, and restored her to her master and gave her 5,000 dinars for herself. Moreover, he appointed Abu al-Hasan one of his companions for a permanence, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 462nd night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Caliph gave the damsel 5,000 dinars for herself and restored her to her master, whom he appointed one of his companions for a permanence and assigned him a monthly stipend of 1,000 dinars so long as he should live, and he abode with the damsel Tuwaddud in all solace and delight of life. Marvel then, O king, at the eloquence of this damsel, and the hugeness of her learning and understanding, and her perfect excellence in all branches of art and science, and consider the generosity of the Commander of the Faithful, Harun al-Rashid, in that he gave her master this money and said to her, ask a boon of me, and she besought him to restore her to her lord. So he restored her to him and gave her 5,000 dinars for herself and made him one of his boon companions. Where is such generosity to be found after the Abbasid Caliph's question? May Allah Almighty have mercy upon them, one and all. And they tell a tale of the angel of death with the proud king and the devout man. It is related, O auspicious king, that one of the olden monarchs was once minded to ride out in state with the officers of his realm and the grandees of his retinue and display to the folk the marvels of his magnificence. So he ordered his lords and emirs equip them therefore, and commanded his keeper of the wardrobe to bring him of the richest of raiment, such as befitted the king in his state, and he bade them bring his steeds FN number 453, of the finest breeds and pedigrees every man heeds, which being done, he chose out of the raiment what rejoiced him most, and of the horses that which he deemed best, and, donning the clothes, together with the collar set with margarites and rubies and all manner jewels, mounted and sat forth in state, making his destrier prance and curvet among his troops, and glorying in his pride and despotic power. And a blick came to him, and, laying his hand upon his nose, blew into his nostrils the breath of hauteur and conceit, so that he magnified and glorified himself, and said in his heart, Who among men is like unto me? And he became so puffed up with arrogance and self-sufficiency, and so taken up with the thought of his own splendor and magnificence, that he would not vouchsafe a glance to any man. Presently, there stood before him one clad in tattered clothes, and saluted him, but he returned not his salam. Whereupon the stranger laid hold of his horse's bridle. Lift thy hand, cried the king, thou knowest not whose bridle rein it is whereof thou takest hold. Quoth the other, I have a need of thee. Quoth the king, wait till I alight and then name thy need. Rejoined the stranger, it is a secret and I will not tell it but in thine ear. So the king bowed his head to him, and he said, I am the angel of death, and I purpose to take thy soul. Replied the king, have patience with me a little, whilst I return to my house and take leave of my people and children and neighbours and wife. By no means so, answered the angel, thou shalt never return nor look on them again, for the fated term of thy life is past. So saying, he took the soul of the king, who fell off his horse's back dead, and departed thence. Presently the death angel met two devout men, of whom Almighty Allah had accepted, and saluted him. He returned the salute, and the angel said to him, O pious man, I have a need of thee which must be kept secret. Tell it in my ear, quoth the devotee, and quoth the other, I am the angel of death. Replied the man, welcome to thee, and praise be Allah for thy coming. I am weary of awaiting thine arrival, for indeed long hath been thine absence from the lever which longeth for thee. Said the angel, if thou have any business, make an end of it. But the other answered, saying, there is nothing so urgent to me as the meeting with my Lord, to whom be honour and glory. And the angel said, how wouldst thou fain have me take thy soul? I am bidden to take it as thou willest and choosest. He replied, tarry till I make the use of oblation and pray, and, when I prostrate myself, then take my soul while my body is on the ground. FN number 454, quoth the angel, verily, my Lord, be he extolled and exalted, commanded me not to take thy soul but with thy consent, and as thou shouldst wish, so I will do thy will. Then the devout man made the minor ablution FN number 455, and prayed, and the angel of death took his soul in the act of prostration, and Almighty Allah transported it to the place of mercy and acceptance and forgiveness. And they tell another tale of the angel of death and the rich king. A certain king had heaped up coin beyond count and gathered store of all precious things, which Allah the Most Highest hath created. So, in order that he might take his pleasure whenas he should find leisure to enjoy all this abounding wealth he had collected, he built him a palace wide and lofty such as befitteth and beseemeth kings, and set there 2 strong doors and appointed, for its service and its guard, servants and soldiers and doorkeepers to watch and ward. One day, he bade the cooks dress him somewhat of the goodliest of food, and assembled his household and retainers and boon companions and servants to eat with him, and partake of his bounty. Then he sat down upon the sofa of his kingship and dominion, and, propping his elbow upon the cushion, addressed himself, saying, O soul, thou hast gathered together all the wealth of the world, so now take thy leisure therein and eat of this good at thine ease, in long life and prosperity ever rife. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. when it was the 463rd night. She said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that hardly had the king made an end of saying to himself, Eat of this weal at thine ease, in long life and prosperity ever rife, when a man clad in tattered raiment, with an asker's wallet hanging at his neck, as he were one who came to beg food, knocked with the door a knock so loud and terrible that the whole palace shook as with quake of earth and the king's throne trembled. The servants were affrighted and rushed to the door, and when they saw the man who had knocked they cried out at him, saying, Woe to thee! What manner of unmanly fashion be this? Wait till the king eateth, and we will then give thee of what is left. Quoth he, Tell your lord to come out and speak with me, for I have of him a pressing need and a matter to heed. They cried, Away, fool! Who art thou that we should bid our lord come forth to thee? But he said, Tell him of this. So they went in and told the king, who said, Did ye not rebuke him and draw upon him and threaten him? Now as he spoke, behold, there came another knock at the gate, louder than the first knock, whereupon the servants sprang at the stranger with staves and weapons, to fall upon him and slay him. But he shouted at them, saying, Bide in your steads, for I am the angel of death. Hereat their hearts quaked and their wits forsook them, their understandings were in confusion, their side muscles quivered in perturbation, and their limbs lost the power of motion. Then said the king to them, Tell him to take a substitute FN number 456, in my place, and one to relieve me in this case. But the angel answered, saying, I will take no substitute, and I come not but on thine account, to cause separation between thee and the goods thou hast gathered together and the riches thou hast heaped up and entreasured. When the king heard this, he wept and groaned, saying, Allah curse the treasure which hath deluded and undone me and diverted me from the service of my Lord. I deemed it would profit me, but today it is a regret for me and a calamity to me, and behold, I go forth, empty-handed of it, and leave it to my foes. Thereupon Allah caused the treasure to speak out, and it said, Wherefore cursest thou me? FN number 457, Curse thyself, for Allah created both me and eke thyself of the dust, and appointed me to be in thine hand, that thou mightest provide thee with me a viaticum for the next world, and give alms with me to the poor and the needy and the sick, and build mosques and hospices and bridges and aqueducts, so might I be an aidance unto thee in the world to come. But thou didst garner me and hoard me up, and on thine own vanities bestowedst me, neither gavest thou thanks for me, as was due, but wast ungrateful to me, and now thou must leave me to thy foes, and thou hast naught save thy regretting and thy repenting. But what is my sin, that thou shouldest revile me? Then the angel of death took the king's soul as he sat on his throne before he ate of the food, and he fell down dead. Quoth thou Almighty, while they were rejoicing for that which had been given them, we suddenly laid hold on them, and, behold, they were seized with despair. FN number 458, and they tell another tale of the angel of death and the king of the children of Israel. There was a puissant despot among the kings of the Banu Israel, who sat one day upon the throne of his kingship, when he saw come into him, by the gate of the hall, a man of forbidding aspect and horrible presence. The king was affrighted at his sudden intrusion, and his look terrified him. So he sprang up before him and said, Who art thou, O man? Who gave thee leave to come into me, and who invited thee to enter my house? Quoth the stranger, Verily the Lord of the house sent me to thee, nor can any doorkeeper exclude me, nor need I leave to come into kings, for I reck not of the Sultan's majesty, neither of the multitude of his guards. I am he from whom no tyrant is addressed, nor can any man escape from my grasp. I am the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of societies. Now when the king heard this, a palsy crept over him, FN number 459, and he fell on his face in a swoon. But presently coming to himself, he asked, Art thou then the angel of death? And the stranger answered, Yes. I conjure thee, by Allah, quoth the king, grant me one single day's respite, that I may pray pardon of my sins and ask absolution of my Lord, and restore to the rightful owners the monies which are in my treasures, so I may not be burdened with the woe of the reckoning nor with the misery of punishment therefore. Replied the angel, well away. Well away. This may be in no way. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 464th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth the death messenger to the king, well away, well away. This may be in no way. How can I grant thee a reprieve when the days of thy life are counted and thy breaths numbered and thy moments fixed and written? Grant me an hour, asked the king, but the angel answered saying, The hour was in the account and hath sped, and thou unheeding aught, and hath fled, and thou taking no thought, and now thy breathings are accomplished, and there remaineth to thee but one breath. Quoth the king, Who will be with me when I am transported to my tomb? Quoth the angel, Naught will be with thee but thy works, good or evil. I have no works, said the king, and the angel, Doubtless thy long home will be in hellfire and thy doom the wrath of the Almighty. Then he seized the soul of the king, and he fell off his throne and dropped on the earth dead. And there arose a mighty weeping and wailing and clamour of keening for him among the people of his court, and had they known that to which he went of the wrath of his Lord, their weeping for him had been sorer and their wailing louder and more abounding. And a story is told of Iskandar Zu'al-Qarnayn FN number 460, and a certain tribe of poor folk. It is related that Iskandar Zu'al-Qarnayn FN number 461, once came, in his journeyings, upon a tribe of small folk, who owned naught of the wheels of the world and who dug their graves over against the doors of their houses and were wont at all times to visit them and sweep the earth from them and keep them clean and pray at them and worship Almighty Allah at them, and they had no meat save grasses and the growth of the ground. So Iskandar sent to man to summon their king, but he refused to come, saying, I have no need of him. Thereupon Iskandar went to him and said, How is it with you, and what manner of men are ye? For I see with you forsooth naught of gold or silver, nor find I with you aught of the wheels of the world. Answered the king, None hath his fill of the wheels of the world. Iskandar then asked, Why do you dig your graves before your house doors? And the king answered, That they may be the perspective of our eye-glances, so we may look on them and ever anew talk and thought of death, neither forget the world to come, and on this wise the love of the world be banished from our hearts and we be not thereby distracted from the service of our Lord, the Almighty. Quoth Iskandar, Why do ye eat grasses? And the other replied, Because we abhor to make our bellies the tombs of animals and because the pleasure of eating outstrippeth not the gullet. Then putting forth his hand he brought out a skull of a son of Adam and, laying it before Iskandar, said, O Zu'al-Qarnayn, Lord of the two horns, knowest thou who owned this skull? Quoth he, Nay, and quoth the other, He who owned this skull was a king of the kings of the world, who dealt tyrannously with his subjects, specially wronging the weak and wasting his time in heaping up the rubbish of this world, till Allah took his sprite and made the fire his abiding sight, and this is his head. He then put forth his hand and produced another skull and, laying it before Iskandar, said to him, Knowest thou this? No, answered the conqueror, and the other rejoined, This is the skull of another king, who dealt justly by his lieges and was kindly solicitous for the folk of his realm and his dominions, till Allah took his soul and lodged him in his garden and made high his degree in heaven. Then laying his hands on Iskandar's head he said, Would I knew which of these two art thou? Whereupon Iskandar wept with sore weeping and straining the king to his bosom cried, If thou be minded to company with me, I will commit to thee as wazir the government of my affairs and share with thee my kingdom. Cried the other, Well away, well away. I have no mind to this. And why so? Asked Iskandar, and the king answered, Because all men are thy foes by reason of the wealth and the world thou hast won, while all men are my true friends. because of my contentment and pauperdom, for that I possess nothing, neither covet aught of the goods of life. I have no desire to them nor wish for them, neither lack I aught save contentment. So Iscannor pressed him to his breast and kissed him between the eyes and went his way. FN number 462, and among the tales they tell is one concerning the righteousness of King Anushirwan. FN number 463. It is told of Anushirwan, the just king, that once upon a time he feigned himself sick, and bade his stewards and intendants go round about the provinces of his empire and the quarters of his dominion and seek him out a mud-brick thrown away from some ruined village, that he might use it as medicine, informing his intimates that the leeches had prescribed this to him. So they went the round of the provinces of his reign and of all the lands under his sway and said to him on return, in all the realm we have found nor ruined site nor castaway mud-brick. At this Anushirwan rejoiced and rendered thanks to the Lord, saying, I was but minded to try my kingdom and prove mine empire, that I might know if any place therein remained ruined and deserted, so I might rebuild and repeople it, but, since there be no place in it that is inhabited, the affairs of the reign are best conditioned and its ordinance is excellent, and its populousness FN number 464, hath reached the pitch of perfection. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 465th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the high officials returned and reported, We have found in the empire nor ruined site nor rotten brick, the just king thanked his God and said, Verily the affairs of the realm are best conditioned and its ordinance is excellent and its populousness hath reached the pink of perfection. And kennest thou, O king, continued Shahrazad, that these olden kings strave not and toiled not for the peopling of their possessions, but because they knew that the more populous a country is, the more abundant is that which is desired therein, and because they wist the saying of the wise and the learned to be true without other view, namely, religion dependeth on the king on the troops on the treasury on the populousness of the country and its prosperity on the justice done to the lieges. Wherefore they upheld no one in tyranny or oppression, neither suffered their dependents and suite to work injustice, knowing that kingdoms are not established upon tyranny, but that cities and places fall into ruin when oppressors are set as rulers over them, and their inhabitants disperse and flee to other governments, whereby ruin falleth upon the realm, the imports fail, the treasuries become empty and the pleasant lives of the subjects are perturbed, for that they love not a tyrant and cease not to offer up successive prayers against him, so that the king hath no ease of his kingdom, and the vicissitudes of fortune speedily bring him to destruction. And they tell a tale concerning the Jewish Qazi and his pious wife. Among the children of Israel one of the Qazis had a wife of surpassing beauty, constant in fasting and abounding in patience and long-suffering, and he, being minded to make the pilgrimage to Jerusalem, appointed his own brother Qazi in his stead, during his absence, and commended his wife to his charge. Now this brother had heard of her beauty and loveliness and had taken a fancy to her. So, no sooner was his brother gone than he went to her and sought her love favours, but she denied him and held fast to her chastity. The more she repelled him, the more he pressed his suit upon her, till, despairing of her and fearing lest she should acquaint his brother with his misconduct whenas he should return, he suborned false witnesses to testify against her of adultery, and cited her and carried her before the king of the time who adjudged her to be stoned. So they dug a pit, and seating her therein stoned her, till she was covered with stones, and the man said, Be this hole her grave? But when it was dark a passer-by, making for a neighbouring hamlet, heard her groaning in sore pain, and, pulling her out of the pit, carried her home to his wife, whom he bade dress her wounds. The peasant woman tended her till she recovered and presently gave her child to be nursed, and she used to lodge with the child in another house by night. Now a certain thief saw her and lusted after her. So he sent to her seeking her love favours, but she denied herself to him, wherefore he resolved to slay her and, making his way into her lodging by night, and she sleeping, thought to strike at her with a knife, but it smote the little one and killed it. Now when he knew his misdeed, fear overtook him, and he went forth the house, and Allah preserved from him her chastity. But as she awoke in the morning, she found the child by her side with throat cut, and presently the mother came and seeing her boy dead, said to the nurse, "'Twas thou didst murder him." Therewith she beat her a grievous beating and purposed to put her to death, but her husband interposed and delivered the woman, saying, "By Allah, thou shalt not do on this wise." So the woman, who had somewhat of money with her, fled forth for her life, knowing not whither she should wend. Presently, she came to a village, where she saw a crowd of people about a man crucified to a tree stump, but still in the chains of life. "What hath he done?" she asked, and they answered, "He hath committed a crime, which nothing can expiate but death or the payment of such a fine by way of alms." So she said to them, "Take the money and let him go," and, when they did so, he repented at her hands and vowed to serve her, for the love of Almighty Allah till death should release him. Then he built her a cell and lodged her therein, after which he betook himself to woodcutting and brought her daily her bread. As for her, she was constant in worship, so that there came no sick man nor demoniac to her, but she prayed for him and he was straightway healed. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 466th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the woman's cell was visited by folk, and she constant in worship, it befell by decree of the Almighty that he sent down upon her husband's brother, the same who had caused her to be stoned, a cancer in the face, and smote the village's wife, the same who had beaten her, with leprosy, and afflicted the thief, the same who had murdered the child, with palsy." Now when the Qazi returned from his pilgrimage, he asked his brother of his wife, and he told him that she was dead, whereat he mourned sore and accounted her with her maker. After a while, very many folk heard of the pious recluse and flocked to herself from all parts of the length and breadth of the earth, whereupon said the Qazi to his brother, "O my brother, wilt thou not seek out yonder pious woman? Haply Allah shall decree thee healing at her hands." And he replied, "O my brother, carry me to her." Moreover, the husband of the leprous woman heard of the pious devotee and carried his wife to her, as did also the people of the paralytic thief, and they all met at the door of the hermitage. Now she had a place wherefrom she could look out upon those who came to her, without their seeing her, and they waited till her servant came, when they begged admittance and obtained permission. Presently she saw them all and recognized them, so she veiled and cloaked face and body and went out and stood in the door, looking at her husband and his brother and the thief and the peasant woman, but they could not recognize her. Then said she to them, "Ho folk, ye shall not be relieved of what is with you till ye confess your sins, for, when the creature confesseth his sins the Creator relenteth towards him and granteth him that wherefore he resorteth to him." Quoth the Qazi to his brother, "O my brother, repent to Allah and persist not in thy frowardness, for it will be more helpful to thy relief." And the tongue of the case spake this speech: "This day oppressor and oppressed meet, and Allah sheweth secrets we secrete. This is a place where sinners low are brought, and Allah raiseth saint to highest seat. Our Lord and Master shows the truth right clear, though sinner froward be or own defeat." Alas, FN number 465, for those who rouse the Lord to wrath, as though of Allah's wrath they nothing weet. O whoso seekest honours, know they are from Allah, and his fear with love entreat. Saith the relator, then quoth the brother, "Now I will tell the truth, I did thus and thus with thy wife," and he confessed the whole matter, adding, "And this is my offence." Quoth the leprous woman, "As for me, I had a woman with me and imputed to her that of which I knew her to be guiltless, and beat her grievously, and this is my offence." And quoth the paralytic, "And I went into a woman to kill her, after I had tempted her to commit adultery and she had refused, and I slew a child that lay by her side, and this is my offence. Then said the pious woman, O my God, even as thou hast made them feel the misery of revolt, so show them now the excellence of submission, for thou over all things art omnipotent. And Allah, to whom belong majesty and might, made them whole. Then the Qazi fell to looking on her and considering her straightly, till she asked him why he looked so hard, and he said, I had a wife, and were she not dead, I had said thou art she. Hereupon, she made herself known to him, and both began praising Allah, to whom belong majesty and might, for that which he had vouchsafed them of the reunion of their loves. But the brother and the thief and the villager's wife joined in imploring her forgiveness. So she forgave them one and all, and they worshipped Allah in that place and rendered her due service, till death parted them. And one of the Sayyids FN number 466, hath related this tale of the shipwrecked woman and her child. I was circuiting the Kaaba one dark night, when I heard a plaintive voice, speaking from a contrite heart and saying, O bountiful one, thy past boon. Indeed, by my heart shall thy covenant never be undone. Hearing this voice, my heart fluttered so that I was like to die, but I followed the sound, and behold, it came from a woman, to whom I said, Peace be with thee, O handmaid of Allah, whereto she replied, And with thee be peace, and the mercy of Allah and his blessings. Quoth I conjure thee, by Allah the most great, tell me what is the covenant to which thy heart is constant. Quoth she, that thou adjurest me by the Omnipotent, I would not tell thee my secrets. See what is before me. So I looked, and lo, there was a child lying asleep before her and breathing heavenly in his slumber. Said she, Know, that I sat forth, being big with this boy, to make the pilgrimage to this house, and took passage in a ship, but the waves rose against us and the winds blew contrary and the vessel broke up. I saved myself on a plank, and, on that bit of wood, I gave birth to this child, and while he lay on my bosom and the waves beating upon me, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 467th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the woman continued, Now while the boy lay on my bosom and the waves beat upon me, there swam up to me one of the sailors, who climbed on the plank and said, By Allah, I desired thee whilst thou wast yet in the ship, and now I have come at thee, so yield thy body to me, or I will throw thee into the sea. Said I, Out on thee. Hast thou no memory of that which thou hast seen, and is it no warning to thee? Quoth he, I have seen the like of this many a time, and come off safe and care not. Quoth I, O fellow, we are now in a calamity, whence we hope to be delivered by obedience to Allah and not by disobedience. But he persisted with me, and I feared him and thought to put him off, so I said to him, Wait till this babe shall sleep, but he took the child off my lap and threw him into the sea. Now when I saw this desperate deed, my heart sank and sorrow was sore upon me, so I raised my eyes heavenwards and said, O thou that interposest between a man and his heart, intervene between me and this leonine brute, for thou over all things art omnipotent. And by Allah, hardly had I spoken when a beast rose out of the sea and snatched him off the plank. When I saw myself alone, my sorrows redoubled and my grief and longing for my child, and I recited, My coolth of eyes, the darling child of me is lost, and racked my heart with agony, my body wrecked, and red-hot coals of love burning my liver with sore pangs, I see. In this my sorrow shows no gleam of joy, save thy high grace and my expectancy, hast seen, O Lord, what unto me befell, my son I lost, and parting pangs I dree. Take ruth on us and make us meet again, for now my stay and only hopes in thee. I abode in this condition a day and a night, and, when morning dawned, I caught sight of the sails of a vessel shining afar off, nor did the waves cease to drive me and the winds to waft me on, till I reached the ship, whose sails I had sighted. The sailors took me up, and I looked, and behold, my babe was amongst them, so I threw myself upon him and said, O folk, This is my child, how and whence came he by him? Quoth they, whilst we were sailing along the seas the ship suddenly stood still and lo. That which stayed us was a beast, as it were a great city, and this babe on its back, sucking his thumbs. So we took him up. Now when I heard this, I told them my tale and all that had betided me, and returned thanks to my Lord for his goodness, and vowed to him that never, whilst I lived, would I stir from his house nor swerve from his service, and since then I have never asked of him aught but he hath given it me. Now when she had made an end of her story, quoth the Sayyid, I put my hand to my arms pouch and would have given to her, but she exclaimed, Away from me, thou idle man! Have I not told thee of his mercies and the graciousness of his dealings, and shall I take an alms from other than his hand? And I could not prevail with her to accept aught of me, so I left her and went away, reciting these couplets. How many boons conceals the deity, eluding human sight in mystery, how many graces come on heels of stresses, and fill the burning heart with jubilee, how many a sorrow in the morn appears, and turns at night tide into gladdest gree. If things go hard with thee someday, yet trust etern, Almighty God of unity, and pray the Prophet that he intercede. Through intercession every wish shalt see. And she left not the service of her Lord, cleaving unto his house, till death came to her. And a tale is also told by Malik bin Dinar FN number 467, Allah have mercy on him, of the pious black slave. We were once afflicted with drought at Basora and went forth sundry times to pray for rain, but saw no sign of our prayers being accepted. So I went, and it to Al-Salami and Sabit al-Banani and Naj al-Baka and Muhammad bin Wasiya and Aib al-Sukdiyani and Habib al-Fasi and Hassan bin Abi Sinan and Utba al-Ghulam and Salih al-Muzani, FN number 468, till we reached the oratory, FN number 469, when the boys came out of the schools and we prayed for rain, but saw no sign of acceptance. So about midday the people went away, and I and Sabit al-Banani tarried in the place of prayer till nightfall, when we saw a black of comely face, slender of shank FN number 470, and big of belly, approach us, clad in a pair of wool and drawers. If all he wore had been priced, it would not have fetched a couple of dirhams. He brought water and made the minor ablution, then, going up to the prayer niche, prayed 2 inclinations deftly, his standing and bowing and prostration being exactly similar in both. Then he raised his glance heavenwards, and said, O my God and my Lord and Master, how long wilt thou reject thy servants in that which affordeth no hurt to thy sovereignty? Is that which is with thee wasted, or are the treasuries of thy kingdom annihilated? I conjure thee, by thy love to me forthwith to pour out upon us thy rain clouds of grace. He spake, and hardly had he made an end of speaking, when the heavens clouded over and there came a rain, as if the mouths of waterskins had been opened, and when we left the oratory, we were knee-deep in water, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 468th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that hardly had he spoken when the heavens clouded over and there came a rain, as if the mouths of waterskins had been opened. And when we left the oratory we were knee-deep in water, and we were lost in wonder at the black. So I accosted him and said to him, Woe to thee, O black, art thou not ashamed of what thou saidst? He turned to me and asked, What said I? And I, by saying to Allah, By thy love of me, and what giveth thee to know that he loveth thee? Replied he, Away from me, O thou distracted by the world from the care of thine own soul. Where was I, when he gave me strength to profess the unity of the Godhead and vouchsafed unto me the knowledge of him? How deemest thou that he aided me thus except of his love to me? Adding, Verily, his love to me is after the measure of my love to him. Quoth I, Tarry a while with me, so may Allah have mercy on thee. But he said, I am a chattel and the book enjoineth me to obey my lesser master. So we followed him afar off, till we saw him enter the house of a slave broker. Now the first half of the night was past, and the last half was longsome upon us, so we went away. But next morning, we repaired to the slave dealer and said to him, Hast thou a lad to sell us for service? He answered, Yes, I have 100 lads or so, and they are all for sale. Then he showed us slave after slave, till he had shown us some 70, but my friend was not amongst them, and the dealer said, These are all I have. But, as we were going out from him, we saw a ruinous hut behind his house, and going in, behold, we found the black standing there. I cried, 'Tis he, by the Lord of the Clubber. And turning to the dealer, said to him, Sell me yonder slave. Replied he, O Abu Yahya, this is a pestilent unprofitable fellow, who hath no concern by night but weeping, and by day but repentance. I rejoined, It is for that I want him. So the dealer called him, and he came out, showing drowsiness. Quoth his master, Take him at thine own price, so thou hold me free of all his faults. I bought him for 20 dinars and asked, What is his name? And the dealer answered, Naaman, the monkey, and I took him by the hand and went out with him, intending to go home. But he turned to me and said, O my lesser lord, why and wherefore didst thou buy me? By Allah, I am not fit for the service of God's creatures. Replied I bought thee that I might serve thee myself, and on my head be it. Asked he, Why so? And I answered, Wast thou not in company with us yesterday in the place of prayer? Quoth he, And didst thou hear me? And quoth I, It was I accosted thee yesterday and spoke with thee. Thereupon he advanced till we came to a mosque, where he entered and prayed a 2-bow prayer, after which he said, O my God and my Lord and Master, the secret that was between me and thee thou hast discovered unto thy creatures, and hast brought me to shame before the worldling. How then shall life be sweet to me, now that other than thou hath happened upon that which is between thee and me? I conjure thee to take my soul to thee forthright. FN number 471, so saying, he prostrated himself, and I waited a while without seeing him raise his head, so I shook him, and behold, he was indeed dead, the mercy of Almighty Allah be upon him. I laid him out, stretching his arms and legs, and looked at him, and lo, he was smiling. Moreover, whiteness had got the better of blackness on his brow, and his face was radiant with light like a young moon. As we wondered at his case, the door opened and a young man came in to us and said, Peace be with you. May Allah make great our reward and yours for our brother Naaman. Here is his shroud, wrap him in it. So saying, he gave us 2 robes, never had we seen the like of them, and we shrouded him therein. And now his tomb is a place where the men resort to pray for rain and ask their requirements of Allah, be he extolled and exalted, and how excellently well saith the poet on this theme. The heart of Gnostic FN number 472, homed in heavenly Garth heaven decks, and Allah's porters aid afford. Lo, here they drink cold wine commingled with tasnim, FN number 473, the wine of union with the Lord. Safe is the secret twixt the friend and them, safe from all hearts but from that heart adored. And they recount another anecdote of the devout tray-maker and his wife. There was once, among the children of Israel, a man of the worthiest, who was strenuous in the service of his Lord and abstained from things worldly and drave them away from his heart. He had a wife who was a helpmate meet for him and who was at all times obedient to him. They earned their living by making trays FN number 474, and fans, whereat they wrought all through the light hours, and, at nightfall, the man went out into the streets and highways seeking a buyer for what they had made. They were wont to fast continually by day FN number 475, and one morning they arose, fasting, and worked at their craft till the light failed them, when the man went forth, according to custom, to find purchasers for his wares, and fared on till he came to the door of the house of a certain man of wealth, one of the sons of this world, high in rank and dignity. Now the tree-maker was fair of face and comely of form, and the wife of the master of the house saw him and fell in love with him, and her heart inclined to him with exceeding inclination. So, her husband being absent, she called her handmaid and said to her, "Contrive to bring yonder man to us." Accordingly the maid went out to him and uncalled him and stopped him as though she would buy what he held in hand. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 469th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the maid-servant went out to the man and asked him, 'Come in, my lady hath a mind to buy some of thy wares.' After she hath tried them and looked at them, the man thought she spoke truly, and, seeing no harm in this, entered and sat down as she bade him, and she shut the door upon him. Whereupon her mistress came out of her room and, taking him by the gabardine, FN number 476, drew him within and said, 'How long shall I seek union of thee? Verily my patience is at an end on thine account. See now, the place is perfumed and provision prepared, and the householder is absent this night, and I give to thee my person without reserve, I whose favours kings and captains and men of fortune have sought this long while, but I have regarded none of them.' And she went on talking thus to him, whilst he raised not his eyes from the ground, for shame before Allah Almighty and fear of the pains and penalties of his punishment, even as saith the poet, 'Twixt me and writing many a noble dame, was naught but shame which kept me chaste and pure. My shame was cure, but haply were shame to depart, she ne'er had known a cure.' The man strove to free himself from her, but could not, so he said to her, 'I want one thing of thee.' She asked, 'What is that?' And he answered, 'I wish for pure water that I may carry it to the highest place of thy house, and do somewhat therewith and cleanse myself of an impurity, which I may not disclose to thee.' Quoth she, 'The house is large and hath closets and corners and privies at command.' But he replied, 'I want nothing but to be at a height.' So she said to her slave girl, 'Carry him up to the belvedere on the house terrace.' Accordingly the maid took him up to the very top and, giving him a vessel of water, went down and left him. Then he made the ablution and prayed a 2-bow prayer, after which he looked at the ground, thinking to throw himself down, but seeing it afar off, feared to be dashed to pieces by the fall. FN number 477. Then he bethought him of his disobedience to Allah, and the consequences of his sin. So it became a light matter to him to offer up his life and shed his blood, and he said, 'O my God and my Lord, thou sayest that which is fallen on me, neither is my case hidden from thee. Thou indeed over all things art omnipotent, and the tongue of my case reciteth and saith, I show my heart and thoughts to thee, and thou alone my secret secrecy canst know. If I address thee fain I cry aloud, or, if I'm mute, my signs for speech I show. O thou to whom no second be conjoined, a wretched lover seeks thee in his woe. I have a hope my thoughts as true confirm, and heart that fainteth as right well canst drow. To lavish life is hardest thing that be, yet easy and thou bid me life forego, but, an it be thy will to save from stower, thou, O my hope, to work this work hast power. Then the man cast himself down from the belvedere, but Allah sent an angel who bore him up on his wings and brought him down to the ground, whole and without hurt or harm. Now when he found himself safe on the ground, he thanked and praised Allah, to whom belong majesty and might, for his merciful protection of his person and his chastity, and he went straight to his wife who had long expected him, and he empty-handed. Then seeing him, she asked him why he had tarried and what was come of that he had taken with him and why he returned empty-handed, whereupon he told her of the temptation which had befallen him, and she said, Alhamdulillah, praised be God for delivering thee from seduction and intervening between thee and such calamity. Then she added, O man, the neighbours used to see us light our oven every night, and, if they see us fileless this night, they will know that we are destitute. Now it behoveth in gratitude to Allah, that we hide our destitution and conjoin the fast of this night to that of the past and continue it for the sake of our Almighty. So she rose and, filling the oven with wood, lighted it, to baffle the curiosity of her woman neighbors, reciting these couplets. Now I indeed will hide desire and all repine, and light up this my fire that neighbors see no sign, except I what befalls by order of my Lord, haply he to accept this humble act of mine. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 470th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that after the good wife had lit the fire to baffle the curiosity of her women neighbors, she and her husband made the wuzu ablution and stood up to pray, when behold, one of the neighbors' wives came and asked leave to take a firebrand from the oven. Do what thou wilt with the oven, answered they, but, when she came to the fire, she cried out, saying, Ho, such an one, to the draymaker's wife, take up thy bread ere it burn. Quoth the wife to her husband, Hearest thou what she saith? Quoth he, Go and look. So she went up to the oven, and behold, it was full of fine bread and white. She took up the scones and carried them to her husband, thanking Allah, to whom belong majesty and might, for his abounding good and great bounty, and they ate of the bread and drank water and praised the Almighty. Then said the woman to her husband, Come let us pray to Allah the Most Highest, so haply he may vouchsafe us what shall enable us to dispense with the weariness of working for daily bread and devote ourselves wholly to worshipping and obeying him. The man rose in assent and prayed, whilst his wife said, Amen, to his prayer, when the roof clove in sunder and down fell a ruby, which lit the house with its light. Hereat, they redoubled in praise and thanksgiving to Allah, praying what the Almighty willed. FN number 478, and rejoiced at the ruby with great joy. And the night being fast spent, they lay down to sleep, and the woman dreamt that she entered paradise and saw therein many chairs ranged and stools set in rows. She asked what the seats were, and it was answered her, These are the chairs of the prophets, and those are the stools of the righteous and the pious. Quoth she, Which is the stool of my husband such an one? And it was said to her, It is this. So she looked, and seeing a hole in its side asked, What may be this hole? And the reply came, It is the place of the ruby that dropped upon you from your house roof. Thereupon she awoke, weeping and bemoaning the defect in her husband's stool among the seats of the righteous. So she told him the dream and said to him, Pray Allah, O man, that this ruby return to its place. For endurance of hunger and poverty during a few days here were easier than a hole in thy chair among the just in paradise. FN number 479, accordingly, he prayed to his Lord, and lo, the ruby flew up to the roof and away whilst they looked at it. And they ceased not from their poverty and their piety, till they went to the presence of Allah, to whom be honor and glory. And they also tell a tale of Al-Hajjaj and the Bias Man. Al-Hajjaj bin Yusuf al-Saykafi had been long in pursuit of a certain man of the notables, and when at last he was brought before him, he said, O enemy of Allah, he hath delivered thee over to me, and cried, Hale him to prison and lay him by the heels in heavy fetters and build a closet over him, that he may not come forth of it nor any go into him. So they bore him to jail and summoned the blacksmith with the irons, and every time the smith gave a stroke with his hammer, the prisoner raised his eyes to heaven and said, Is not the whole creation and the empire thereof his? FN number 480, then the jailers built the cage FN number 481, over him and left him therein, lorn and lone. Whereupon longing and consternation entered into him, and the tongue of his case recited in extempore verse. O, wish of wistful men, for thee I yearn, my heart seeks grace of one no heart shall spurn. Unhidden from thy sight is this my case, and for one glance of thee I pine and burn. They jailed and tortured me with sorest pains, alas for lone one can no aid discern. But, alblown, I find thy name befriends and cheers Though sleep to eyes shall ne'er return, and thou accept of me, I care for naught, and only thou what's in my heart canst learn. Now when night fell dark, the jailer left his watchman to guard him and went to his house, and on the morrow, when he came to the prison, he found the fetters lying on the ground and the prisoner gone, whereat he was affrighted and made sure of death. So he returned to his place and bade his family farewell, after which he took in his sleeve his shroud and the sweet herbs for his corpse, and went into Al-Hajjaj. And as he stood before the presence, the governor smelt the perfumes and asked, "What is that?" When the jailer answered, "O my lord, it is I who have brought it." "And what moved thee to that?" inquired the governor, whereupon he told him his case, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 471st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the jailer told his case to Al-Hajjaj, the governor cried, 'Woe to thee! Didst thou hear him say aught?' Answered the jailer, 'Yes.' Whilst the blacksmith was hammering his irons, he ceased not to look up heavenwards and say, 'Is not the whole creation and the empire thereof his?' Rejoined Al-Hajjaj, 'Dost thou not know that he, on whom he called in thy presence, delivered him in thine absence?' And the tongue of the case recited on this theme. O Lord, how many a grief from me hast driven, nor can I sit or stand without thy hold. How many things I cannot count, thou savest from many and manifold. And they also tell a tale of the blacksmith who could handle fire without hurt. It reached the ears of a certain pious man that there abode in such a town a blacksmith, who could put his hand into the fire and pull out the iron red hot, without the flames doing him aught of hurt. FN number 482. So he set out for the town in question and asked for the blacksmith, and, when the man was shown to him, he watched him at work and saw him do as had been reported to him. He waited till he had made an end of his day's work, then, going up to him, saluted him with the salam and said, "I would be thy guest this night." Replied the smith, with gladness and goodly gree, and carried him to his place, where they supped together and lay down to sleep. The guest watched, but saw no sign in his host of praying through the night or of special devoutness, and said in his mind, "Haply he hideth himself from me." So he lodged with him a second and a third night, but found that he did not exceed the devotions prescribed by the law and custom of the Prophet, and rose but little in the dark hours to pray. At last he said to him, "O my brother, I have heard of the gift with which Allah hath favoured thee, and have seen the truth of it with mine eyes. Moreover, I have taken note of thine assiduity in religious exercises, but find in thee no such piety as distinguisheth those who work saintly miracles. Whence, then, cometh this to thee?" "I will tell thee," answered the smith. "Know that I was once passionately enamoured of a slave girl, and oft times sued her for loveless, but could not prevail upon her, because she still held fast by her chastity. Presently there came a year of drought and hunger and hardship, food failed and there befell a sore famine. As I was sitting one day at home, somebody knocked at the door, so I went out, and behold, she was standing there, and she said to me, 'O my brother, I am sorely anhungered, and I lift mine eyes to thee, beseeching thee to feed me for Allah's sake.' Quoth I, 'Wottest thou not how I love thee, and what I have suffered for thy sake? Now I will not give thee one bittock of bread except thou yield thy person to me.' Quoth she, 'Death, but not disobedience to the Lord.' Then she went away and returned after 2 days with the same prayer for food as before. I made her a like answer, and she entered and sat down in my house, being nigh upon death. I set food before her, whereupon her eyes brimmed with tears, and she cried, 'Give me meat from the love of Allah, to whom belong honor and glory.' But I answered, 'Not so, by Allah, except thou yield thyself to me.' Quoth she, 'Better is death to me than the wrath and wreak of Allah the Most Highest.' And she rose and left the food untouched, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. when it was the 472nd night. She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the man set food before her, the woman said, Give me meat for the love of Allah, to whom be honor and glory. But I answered, Not so, by Allah, except thou yield to me thy person. Quoth she, Better is death than the wrath and wreak of Allah, and she rose and left the food untouched and went away repeating these couplets. O thou, the one, whose grace doth all the world embrace, thine ears have heard, thine eyes have seen my case. Privation and distress have dealt me heavy blows, the woes that weary me no utterance can trace. I am like one athirst who eyes the landscape sigh, yet may not drink a draught of streams that trail and race. My flesh would tempt me by the sight of savoury food whose joys shall pass away and pangs maintain their place. She then disappeared for 2 days, when she again came and knocked at the door, so I went out to her, and lo! Hunger had taken away her voice, but, after a rest she said, O my brother, I am worn out with want and know not what to do, for I cannot show my face to any man but to thee. Say, wilt thou feed me for the love of Allah Almighty? But I answered, Not so, except thou yield to me thy person. And she entered my house and sat down. Now I had no food ready, but, when the meat was dressed and I laid it in a saucer, behold, the grace of Almighty Allah entered into me, and I said to myself, Out on thee! This woman, weak of wit and faith, hath refrained from food till she can no longer, the stress of hunger, and, while she refuseth time after time, thou canst not forbear from disobedience to the Lord. And I said, O my God, I repent to thee of that which my flesh purposed. Then I took the food and carrying it to her, said, Eat, for no harm shall betide thee, this is for the love of Allah, to whom belong honor and glory. Then she raised her eyes to heaven and said, O my God, if this man say sooth, I pray thee forbid fire to harm him in this world and the next, for thou over all things art omnipotent and prevalent in answering the prayer of the penitent. Then I left her and went to put out the fire in the brazier. FN number 483. Now the season was winter and the weather cold, and a live coal fell on my body, but by the decree of Allah, to whom be honor and glory, I felt no pain, and it became my conviction that her prayer had been answered. So I took the coal in my hand, and it burnt me not, and going in to her, I said, Be of good cheer, for Allah hath granted thy prayer. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 473rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the blacksmith continued. So I went in to her and said, Be of good cheer, for Allah hath granted thy prayer. Then she dropped the morsel from her hand and said, O my God, now that thou hast shown me my desire of him and hast granted me my prayer for him, take thou my soul, for thou over all things art almighty. And straightway he took her soul to him, the mercy of Allah be upon her. And the tongue of the case extemporized and spake on this theme. She prayed, the Lord of grace her prayer obeyed, and spared the sinner, who for sin had prayed. He showed her all she prayed him to grant, and death, as prayed she, her portion made, and to his door she came and prayed for food, and sued his ruth for what her misery made. He lent to error following his lusts, and hoped to enjoy her as her wants persuade, but he knew little of what Allah willed, nor was repentance, though unsought, denied. Fate comes to him who flies from fate, O Lord, and lot and daily bread by thee are weighed. And they also tell of the devotee to whom Allah gave a cloud for service and the devout king. There was once, among the children of Israel, a man of the devout, for piety acclaimed and for continence and asceticism infamed, whose prayers were ever granted and who by supplication obtained whatso he wanted, and he was a wanderer in the mountains and was used to pass the night in worship. Now Almighty Allah had subjected to him a cloud which travelled with him wherever he went, and poured on him its water treasures in abundance that he might make his ablutions and drink. After a long time when things were thus, his fervour somewhat abated, whereupon Allah took the cloud away from him and ceased to answer his prayers. On this account, great was his grief and long was his woe, and he ceased not to regret the time of grace and the miracle vouchsafed to him, and to lament and bewail and bemoan himself, till he saw in a dream one who said to him, "And thou wouldest have Allah restore to thee thy cloud, seek out a certain king, in such a town, and beg him to pray for thee, so will Allah, be he extolled and exalted, give thee back thy cloud and bespread it over thee by virtue of his pious prayers." And he began repeating these couplets. When to that pious prayerful Emir, who can with gladness thy condition cheer, and he pray Allah, thou shalt win thy wish, and heavy rain shall drop from welkin clear. He stands all kings above in potent worth, nor to compare with him doth aught appear. Near him thou soon shalt hap upon thy want, and see all joy and gladness draw thee near. Then cut the woods and wilds unfounded till the goal thou goest for an eye shalt spear. So the hermit set out for the town named to him in the dream, and, coming thither after long travel, inquired for the king's palace, which was duly shown to him. And behold, at the gate he found a slave officer sitting on a great chair and clad in gorgeous gear. So he stood to him and saluted him, and he returned his salam and asked him, "What is thy business?" Answered the devotee, "I am a wronged man, and come to submit my case to the king." Quoth the officer, "Thou hast no access to him this day, for he hath appointed unto petitioners and inquirers 1 day in every 7, naming the day on which they may go into him, so wend thy ways in welfare till then." The hermit was vexed with the king for thus veiling himself from the folk, and said in thought, "How shall this man be a saint of the saints of Allah, to whom belong majesty and might, and he on this wise?" Then he went away and awaited the appointed day. "Now," quoth he, "when it came, I repaired to the palace, where I found a great number of folk at the gate, expecting admission, and I stood with them, till there came out a wazir robed in gorgeous raiment and attended by guards and slaves, who said, 'Let those who have petitions to present, enter.' So I entered with the rest and found the king seated facing his officers and grandees, who were arranged according to the several ranks and degrees. The wazir took up his post and brought forward the petitioners, one by one, till it came to my turn, when the king looked on me and said, 'Welcome to the Lord of the Cloud. Sit thee down till I make leisure for thee.' I was confounded at his words and confessed his dignity and superiority, and, when the king had answered the petitioners and had made an end with them, he rose and dismissed his wazirs and grandees. Then, taking my hand, he led me to the door of the private palace, where we found a black slave, splendidly arrayed, with helm on head, and on his right hand and his left, bows and coats of mail. He rose to the king, and, hastening to obey his orders and forestall his wishes, opened the door. We went in hand, till we came to a low wicket, which the king himself opened and led me into a ruinous place of frightful desolation, and thence passed into a chamber, wherein was naught but a prayer carpet, a ewer for ablution, and some mats of palm leaves. Here the king doffed his royal robes and donned a coarse gown of white wool and a conical bonnet of felt. Then he sat down, and making me sit, called out to his wife, "Ho, such an one." And she answered from within, saying, "Here am I." Quoth he, "Knowest thou who is our guest today?" Replied she, "Yes, it is the Lord of the Cloud." The king said, "Come forth, it mattereth not for him." And behold, there entered a woman, as she were a vision, with a face that beamed like the new moon, and she wore a gown and veil of wool. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 474th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king called to his wife, she came forth from the inner room, and her face beamed like the new moon, and she wore a gown and a veil of wool. Then said the king, "O my brother, Dost thou desire to hear our story, or that we should pray for thee and dismiss thee? Answered the hermit, Nay, I wish to hear the tale of you twain, for that to me were preferable. Said the king, My forefathers handed down the throne, one to the other, and it descended from great one to great one, in unbroken succession, till the last died, and it came to me. Now Allah had made this hateful to me, for I would fain have gone a-wandering over earth and left the folk to their own affairs, but I feared lest they should fall into confusion and anarchy and misgovernment so as to swerve from divine law, and the union of the faith be broken up. Wherefore, abandoning my own plans, I took the kingship and appointed to every head of them a regular stipend, and donned the royal robes, and posted slave officers at the doors, as a terror to the dishonest and for the defense of honest folk and the maintenance of law and limitations. Now when free of this, I entered this place and, doffing my royal habit, donned these clothes thou seest, and this my cousin, the daughter of my father's brother, hath agreed with me to renounce the world and helpeth me to serve the Lord. So we are wont to weave these palm leaves and earn, during the day, a wherewithal to break our fast at nightfall. And we have lived on this wise nigh upon 40 years. Abide thou with us, so Allah have mercy on thee, till we sell our mats, and thou shalt sup and sleep with us this night, and on the morrow wend thy ways with that thou wishest, Inshallah. So he tarried with them till the end of the day, when there came a boy 5 years old, who took the mats they had made, and carrying them to the market, sold them for a carat, FN number 484. And with this bought bread and beans, and returned with them to the king. The hermit broke his fast and lay down to sleep with them, but in the middle of the night they both arose and fell to praying and weeping. When daybreak was near, the king said, O my God, this thy servant beseecheth thee to return him his cloud, and to do this thou art able, so, O my God, let him see his prayer granted and restore him his cloud. The queen now meant to his orisons, and behold, the cloud grew up in the sky, whereupon the king gave the hermit joy, and the man took leave of them and went away, the cloud accompanying him as of old. And whatsoever he required of Allah after this, in the names of the pious king and queen, he granted it without fail, and the man made thereon these couplets. My Lord hath servants fain of piety, hearts in the wisdom garden ranging free, their bodies lusts at peace, and motionless for breasts that bide in purest secrecy. Thou seest all silent, awesome of their Lord, for hidden things unseen and seen they see. And they tell a tale of the Muslim champion and the Christian damsel. The commander of the faithful, Omar bin al-Khattab, whom Allah accept, once levied for holy war an army of Muslims, to encounter the foe before Damascus, and they laid close siege to one of the Christians' strongholds. Now there were amongst the Muslims 2 men, brothers, whom Allah had gifted with fire and bold daring against the enemy, so that the commander of the besieged fortress said to his chiefs and braves, Were but yonder 2 Muslims ta'en or slain, I would warrant do against the rest of this train. Wherefore they left not to set for them all manner of toils and snares, and ceased not to maneuver and lie in wait and ambush for them, till they took one of them prisoner and slew the other, who died a martyr. They carried the captive to the captain of the fort, who looked at him and said, Verily, to kill this man were indeed a pity, but his return to the Muslim would be a calamity. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 475th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the enemy carried their Muslim captive before the captain of the fort, the Christian looked at him and said, Verily to kill this man were a pity indeed, but his return to the Muslim would be a calamity. Oh, that he might be brought to embrace the Nazarene faith and be to us an aid and an arm. Quoth one of his patrician knights, O Emir, I will tempt him to abjure his faith, and on this wise, we know that the Arabs are much addicted to women, and I have a daughter, a perfect beauty, whom when he sees, he will be seduced by her. Quoth the captain, I give him unto thy charge. So he carried him to his place and clad his daughter in raiment, such as added to her beauty and loveliness. Then he brought the Muslim into the room and set before him food and made the fair girl stand in his presence, as she were a handmaid obedient to her lord and awaiting his orders that she might do his bidding. When the Muslim saw the evil sent down upon him, he commended himself to Allah Almighty and closing his eyes, applied himself to worship and to reciting the Quran. Now he had a pleasant voice and a piercing wit, and the Nazarene damsel presently loved him with passionate love and pined for him with extreme repine. This lasted 7 days, at the end of which she said to herself, would to heaven he would admit me into the faith of Al-Islam. And the tongue of her case recited these couplets. Wilt turn thy face from heart that's all thine own, this heart thy ransom and this soul thy own? I'm ready home and kin to quit for I, and every faith for that of sword. FN number 485, disown. I testify that Allah hath no mate, this proof is stablished and this truth is known. Haply shall deign he union grant with one of us, and heart and heart love overthrown, for oft times door erst shut, is opened wide, and after evil case all good is shown. At last her patience failed her and her breast was straitened and she threw herself on the ground before him, saying, I conjure thee by thy faith, that thou give ear to my words. Asked he, what are they? And she answered, expound unto me Al-Islam. So he expounded to her the tenets of the faith, and she became a Muslimah, after which she was circumcised. FN number 486, and he taught her to pray. Then said she to him, O my brother, I did but embrace Al-Islam for thy sake and to win thy favours. Quoth he, the law of Al-Islam forbiddeth sexual commerce save after a marriage before 2 legal witnesses, and a dowry and a guardian are also requisite. Now I know not where to find witnesses or friend or paraffin, but, an thou can contrive to bring us out of this place, I may hope to make the land of Al-Islam, and pledge myself to thee that none other than thou in all Al-Islam shall be wife to me. Answered she, I will manage that, and, calling her father and mother, said to them, Indeed this Muslim's heart is softened and he longeth to enter the faith, so I will grant him that which he desireth of my person, but he saith, It befitteth me not to do this in a town where my brother was slain. Could I but get outside it my heart would be solaced and I would do that which is wanted of me. Now there is no harm in letting me go forth with him to another town, and I will be a surety to you both and to the Emir for that which ye wish of him. Therefore her father went to the captain and told him this, whereat he joyed with exceeding joy and bade him carry them forth to a village that she named. So they went out and made the village where they abode the rest of their day. And when night fell, they got ready for the march and went their way, even as saith the poet. The time of parting, cry they, draweth nigh, how oft this parting threat? I but reply, I've naught to do but cross the wild and wold and, mile by mile, o'er thankless wastes to fly, if the beloved seek another land sense of the road, whereso they went, when I make desire direct me to their side, the guide to show me where the way doth lie. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 476th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the prisoner and the lady abode in the village the rest of their day and, when night fell, made ready for the march and went upon their way, and travelled all night without stay or delay. The young Muslim, mounting a swift blood horse and taking up the maiden behind him, ceased not devouring the ground till it was bright morning, when he turned aside with her from the highway and, alighting, they made the wuzu ablution and prayed the dawn prayer. Now as they were thus engaged, behold, they heard the clank of swords and clink of bridles and men's voices and tramp of horse, whereupon he said to her, Ho, such an one, the Nazarenes are after us. What shall we do? The horse is so jaded and broken down that he cannot stir another step. Exclaimed she, Woe to thee! Art thou then afraid and affrighted? Yes, answered he, and she said, What didst thou tell me of the power of thy Lord and his readiness to succour those who succour seek? Come, let us humble ourselves before him and beseech him. Haply he shall grant us his succour and endue us with his grace. Extolled and exalted be he. Quoth he, By Allah, thou sayest well. So they began humbling themselves and supplicating Almighty Allah, and he recited these couplets. Indeed I hourly need thy choicest aid, and should, though crown were placed upon my head, thou art my chiefest work, and if my hand won what it wisheth, all my wants were sped. Thou hast not anything withholdest thou, like pouring rain thy grace is showered, I'm shut therefrom by sins of me, yet thou, O Clement, deignest pardon light shed. O care dispeller, deign dispel my grief. None can, save thou, dispel a grief so dread. Whilst he was praying and she was saying, Amen, and the thunder of horse tramp nearing them, lo! The brave heard the voice of his dead brother, the martyr, speaking and saying, O my brother, fear not, nor grieve. From the host whose approach thou hearest is the host of Allah and his angels, whom he hath sent to serve as witnesses to your marriage. Of a truth Allah hath made his angels glorify you, and he bestoweth on you the meed of the meritorious and the martyrs, and he hath rolled up the earth for you as it were a rug, so that, by morning, you will be in the mountains of Al-Medina. And thou, when thou foregatherest with Omar bin al-Khattab, of whom Allah accept, give him my salutation and say to him, Allah abundantly requite thee for al-Islam, because thou hast counselled faithfully and hast striven diligently. Thereupon the angels lifted up their voices in salutation to him and his bride, saying, Verily, Almighty Allah appointed her in marriage to thee 2,000 years before the creation of your father Adam, with whom be peace evermore. Then joy and gladness and peace and happiness came upon the twain, confidence was confirmed and established was the guidance of the pious pair. So when dawn appeared, they prayed the accustomed prayer and fared forward. Now it was the wont of Omar, son of Al-Khattab, Allah accept him, to rise for morning prayer in the darkness before dawn, and at times he would stand in the prayer niche with 2 men behind him, and begin reciting the chapter entitled Cattle, FN number 487, or that entitled Women, FN number 488, whereupon the sleeper awoke, and he who was making his wuzu oblation accomplished it, and he who was afar came to prayer, and or had he made an end of the first bow, ere the mosque was full of folk, then he would pray his second bow quickly, repeating a short chapter. But, on that morning he hurried over both first and second inclinations, repeating in each a short chapter. Then, after the concluding salutation, turning to his companions, he said to them, Come, let us fare forth to meet the bride and bridegroom, at which they wondered, not understanding his words. But he went out and they followed him, till they came to the gate of the city, where they met the young Muslim who, when the day broke and the standards of Al-Medina appeared to him, had pushed forward for the gate closely followed by his bride. There he was met by Omar, who bade make a marriage feast, and the Muslims came in debt. Then the young Muslim went in unto his bride, and Almighty Allah vouchsafed him children, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 477th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Omar, on whom be peace, bade make a marriage feast, and the Muslims came in debt. Then the young Muslim went in unto his bride, and Almighty Allah vouchsafed him children, who fought in the Lord's way and preserved genealogies, for they gloried therein. And how excellent is what is said on such theme. I saw thee weep before the gates and plain, whilst only curious white reply would deign, Hath I bewitched thee, or hath evil lot twixt thee and door of friend set bar of bane? Wake up this day, O wretch, persisting prayer, repent as won't repent departed men. Haply shall wash thy sins forgiveness showers, and on thine erring head some ruth shall reign, and prisoner shall escape despite his bonds, and slave the from thraldom freedom shall attain. And they ceased not to be in all solace and delight of life, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of societies. And a tale is told by Sid Ibrahim bin Al-Qaws FN number 489, on whom be the mercy of Allah, concerning himself and the Christian king's daughter and the Muslim. My spirit urged me, once upon a time, to go forth into the country of the infidels, and I strove with it and struggled to put away from me this inclination, but it would not be rejected. So I fared forth and journeyed about the land of the unbelievers and traversed it in all its parts, for divine grace enveloped me and heavenly protection encompassed me, so that I met not a single Nazarene, but he turned away his eyes and drew off from me, till I came to a certain great city, at whose gate I found a gathering of black slaves, clad in armor and bearing iron maces in their hands. When they saw me, they rose to their feet and asked me, "Art thou a leech?" And I answered, "Yes." Quoth they, "Come speak to our king," and carried me before their ruler, who was a handsome personage of majestic presence. When I stood before him, he looked at me and said, "Art a physician, thou?" "Yes," quoth I, and quoth he to his officers, "Carry him to her, and acquaint him with the condition before he enter." So they took me out and said to me, "Know that the king hath a daughter, and she is stricken with a sore disease, which no doctor hath been able to cure, and no leech goeth into her and treateth, without healing her, but the king putteth him to death. So bethink thee what thou seest fitting to do." I replied, "The king drove me to her, so carry me to her." Thereupon they brought me to her door and knocked, and behold, I heard her cry out from within, saying, "Admit to me the physician, Lord of the wondrous secret." And she began reciting, "Open the door. The leech now draweth near, and in my solar wondrous secret spear, how many of the near far distant are? FN number 490, how many distant far are nearest near? I was in strangerhood amidst two all, but will the truth FN number 491, my solace should appear. Joined us the potent bonds of faith and greed. We met as dearest fear greets dearest fear. He sued for interviewers, pursued the spy, and blamed us envy's jibe and jeer. Then leave your chiding and from blame desist, for fie upon you. Not a word I'll hear. I care for naught that disappears and fleets. My cares for things nor fleet nor disappear." And lo, a sheikh, a very old man, opened the door in haste and said to me, "Enter." So I entered and found myself in a chamber strewn with sweet-scented herbs and with a curtain drawn across one corner, from behind which came a sound of groaning and grame, weak as from an emaciated frame. I sat down before the curtain and was about to offer my salam when I bethought me of his words, "Whom Allah save and disdain, accost not a Jew nor a Christian with the salam salutation, FN number 492, and, when ye meet them in the way, constrain them to the straightest part thereof." So I withheld my salutation, but she cried out from behind the curtain, saying, "Where is the salutation of unity and indivisibility, O cause?" I was astonished at her speech and asked, "How knowest thou me?" Whereto she answered, "When the heart and thoughts are whole, the tongue speaketh eloquently from the secret recesses of the soul." I begged him yesterday to send me one of his saints, at whose hands I might have deliverance, and behold, it was cried to me from the dark places of my house, "Grieve not, for we soon will send thee Ibrahim the basket maker." Then I asked her, "What of thee?" And she answered, "It is now 4 years since there appeared to me the manifest truth, and he is the relator and the ally, and the uniter and the sitter by. Whereupon my folk looked askance upon me with an evil eye and taxed me with insanity and suspected me of a depravity, and there came not into me doctor but terrified me, nor visitor but confounded me." Quoth I, "And who led thee to the knowledge of what thou wottest?" Quoth she, "The manifest signs and visible portents of Allah, and, when the path is patent to thee, thou espiest with thine own eyes both proof and prover." Now whilst we were talking, behold, in came the old man appointed to guard her and said, "What doth thy doctor?" And she replied, "He knoweth the hurt and hath hit upon the healing." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 478th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Shaykh, the guardian, went in to her he said, What doth thy doctor? And she replied, He knoweth the hurt and hath hit upon the healing. Hereupon he manifested joy and gladness and accosted me with a cheerful countenance, then went and told the king, who enjoined to treat me with all honour and regard. So I visited her daily for 7 days, at the end of which time she said to me, O Abu Ishaq, when shall be our flight to the land of Al-Islam? How canst thou go forth? Replied I, and who would dare to aid thee? Rejoined she, He who sent thee to me, driving thee as it were, and I observed, Thou sayest sooth. So when the morrow dawned, we fared forth by the city gate, and all eyes were veiled from us, by commandment of him who when he desireth aught, saith to it, Be, and it becometh. FN number 493, so that I journeyed with her in safety to Mecca, where she made a home hard by the holy house of Allah and lived 7 years, till the appointed day of her death. The earth of Mecca was her tomb, and never saw I any more steadfast in prayer and fasting than she. Allah send down upon her his mercies and have compassion on him who saith. When they to me had brought the leech, and surely showed the signs of flowing tears and bining malady, the face veil he withdrew from me, and neath it naught save breath of one unsouled, embodied, could he see. Quoth he, This be a sickness love alone shall cure. Love hath a secret from all guess of man wide free. Quoth they, and folk ignore what here the be with him nature of ill and eke its symptomology, how then shall medicine work a cure? At this quoth I, leave me alone, I have no guessing specialty. And they tell a tale of the Prophet and the justice of Providence. A certain Prophet FN number 494, made his home the worship on a lofty mountain, at whose foot was a spring of running water, and he was wont to sit by day on the summit, that no man might see him, calling upon the name of Allah the Most Highest and watching those who frequented the spring. One day, as he sat looking upon the fountain, behold, he espied a horseman who came up and dismounted thereby, and taking a bag from his neck, set it down beside him, after which he drank of the water and rested a while, then he rode away, leaving behind him the bag which contained gold pieces. Presently up came another man to drink of the spring, who saw the bag and finding it full of money took it up, then, after satisfying his thirst, he made off with it in safety. A little after came a woodcutter white with a heavy load of fuel on his back, and sat down by the spring to drink, when lo! Back came the first horseman in great trouble and asked him, Where is the bag which was here? And when he answered, I know nothing of it, the rider drew his sword and smote him and slew him. Then he searched his clothes, but found naught, so he left him and wended his ways. Now when the Prophet saw this, he said, O Lord, one man hath taken 1,000 dinars and another man hath been slain unjustly. But Allah answered him, saying, Busy thyself with thy devotions, for the ordinance of the universe is none of thine affair. The father of this horseman had violently despoiled of 1,000 dinars the father of the second horseman, so I gave the son possession of his sire's money. As for the woodcutter, he had slain the horseman's father, wherefore I enabled the son to obtain retribution for himself. Then cried the Prophet, There is none other God than thou. Glory be to thee only. Verily, thou art the knower of secrets. FN number 495. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 479th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Prophet was bidden by inspiration of Allah to busy himself with his devotions and learn the truth of the case, he cried, There is none other God but thou. Glory be to thee only. Verily, thou and thou alone wottest hidden things. Furthermore, one of the poets hath made these verses on the matter. The Prophet saw whatever eyes could see, and fain of other things inquired he, and, when his eyes saw things misunderstood, quoth he, O Lord, this slain from sin was free. This one hath won him wealth without work, albeit he garbed in penury. And that in joy of life was slain, although O man's creator free of sin he be. God answered, 'twas his father's good thou saw'st him dig, by airship not by roguery, yon woodman too that horseman's sire had slain, whose son avenged him with just victory. Put off, O slave of me, this thought, for I in men have set mysterious secrecy. Bow to our law and humble thee, and learn for good and evil issues our decree. FN number 496. And a certain pious man hath told us the tale of the ferryman of the Nile and the hermit. I was once a ferryman on the Nile and used to ply between the eastern and the western banks. Now one day, as I sat in my boat, there came up to me an old man of a bright and beaming countenance, who saluted me and I returned his greeting, and he said to me, Wilt thou ferry me over for the love of Allah Almighty? I answered, Yes, and he continued, Wilt thou moreover give me food for Allah's sake? To which again I answered, with all my heart. So he entered the boat and I rowed him over to the eastern side, remarking that he was clad in a patched gown and carried a quart bottle and a staff. When he was about to land, he said to me, I desire to lay on thee a heavy trust. Quoth I, What is it? Quoth he, It hath been revealed to me that my end is near hand, and that tomorrow about noon thou wilt come and find me dead under yonder tree. Wash me and wrap me in the shroud thou wilt see under my head, and after thou hast prayed over me, bury me in the sandy ground, and take my gown and gourd and staff, which do thou deliver to one who shall come and demand them of thee. I marvelled at his words, and I slept there. On the morrow I awaited till noon the event he had announced, and then I forgot what he had said till near the hour of afternoon prayer, when I remembered it and hastening to the appointed place, found him under the tree, dead, with a new shroud under his head, exhaling a fragrance of musk. So I washed him and shrouded him and prayed over him, then dug a hole in the sand and buried him, after I had taken his ragged gown and bottle and staff, with which I crossed the Nile to the western side and there nighted. As soon as morning dawned and the city gate opened, I sighted a young man known to me as a loose fellow, clad in fine clothes and his hands stained with henna, who said to me, Art thou not such an one? Yes, answered I, and he said, Give me the trust. Quoth I, What is that? Quoth he, The gown, the gourd and the staff. I asked him, Who told thee of them? And he answered, I know nothing save that I spent yesternight at the wedding of one of my friends singing and carousing till daylight, when I lay me down to sleep and take my rest, and behold, there stood by me a personage who said, Verily Allah Almighty hath taken such a saint to himself and hath appointed thee to fill his place, so go thou to a certain person, naming the ferryman, and take of him the dead man's gown and bottle and staff, for he left them with him for thee. So I brought them out and gave them to him, whereupon he doffed his clothes and, donning the gown, went his way and left me. FN number 497, and when the glooms closed around me, I fell a weeping, but, that night, while sleeping I saw the Lord of Holiness, glorified and exalted be he, in a dream saying, O my servant, is it grievous to thee that I have granted to one of my servants to return to me? Indeed, this is of my bounty, that I vouchsafe to whom I will, for I over all things am almighty. So I repeated these couplets. Lover with loved FN number 498, looseth will and aim. All choice, until dost thou know, was sinful shame. Or grant he favour and with union grace, or from thee turn away, he hath no blame. And from such turning thou no joy enjoy depart. The place for thee no place became. Or canst his near discern not from his far? Then love's in vain and thou right a rear and lame. If pine for thee afflict my sprite, or men hail me to death, the rein thy hand shall claim. So turn thee to or fro, to meet us one what thou ordainest none shall dare defame. My love hath naught of aim but thine approof, and if thou say we part one say the same. And of the tales they tell is one concerning the island king and the pious Israelite. There was once a notable of the children of Israel, a man of wealth who had a pious and blessed son. When his last hour drew nigh, his son sat down at his head and said to him, O my lord, give me an injunction. Quoth the father, O dear son, I charge thee, swear not by Allah truly or falsely. Then he died, and certain lewd fellows of the children of Israel heard of the charge he had laid on his son, and began coming to the latter and saying, Thy father had such and such monies of mine, and thou knowest it, so give me what was entrusted to him, or else make oath that there was no trust. The good son would not disobey his sire's injunction, so gave them all they claimed, and they ceased not to deal thus with him, till his wealth was spent and he fell into straitest predicament. Now the young man had a pious and blessed wife, who had borne him 2 little sons, so he said to her, The folk have multiplied their demands on me, and, while I had their wherewithal to free myself of debt, I rendered it freely, but naught is now left us, and if others make demands upon me, we shall be in absolute distress, I and thou. Our best way were to save ourselves by fleeing to some place, where none knoweth us, and earn our bread among the lower of the folk. Accordingly, he took ship with her and his 2 children, knowing not whither he should wend. But, when Allah judgeth, there is none to reverse his judgment. FN number 499, and quoth the tongue of the case. O flyer from thy home when foes affright, whom led to weal and happiness such flight, grudge not this exile when he flees abroad, where he on wealth and welfare may alight, and pearls forever did abide in shell, the kingly crown they ne'er had decked and dight. The ship was wrecked, yet the man saved himself on a plank, and his wife and children also saved themselves, but on other planks. The waves separated them, and the wife was cast up in one country and one of the boys in another. The second son was picked up by a ship, and the surges threw the father on a desert island, where he landed and made the wuzu ablution. Then he called the prayer call, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 480th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the man landed upon the island, he made the wuzu ablution to free himself from the impurities of the sea, and called the call to prayer, and stood up to his devotions, when, behold, there came forth of the sea creatures of various kinds, and prayed with him. When he had finished, he went up to a tree and stayed his hunger with its fruits, after which he found a spring of water and drank thereof and praised Allah, to whom be honor and glory. He abode thus 3 days, and whenever he stood up to pray, the sea creatures came out and prayed in the same manner as he prayed. Now after the 3rd day, he heard a voice crying aloud and saying, O thou just man, and pious, who didst so honor thy father and revere the decrees of thy Lord, grieve not, for Allah, be he extolled and exalted, shall restore to thee all which left thy hand. In this Allah hoards and monies and things of price which the Almighty willeth thou shalt inherit, and they are in such a part of this place. So bring thou them to light, and verily, we will send ships unto thee, and do thou bestow charity on the folk and bid them to thee. So he sought out that place, and the Lord discovered to him the treasures in question. Then ships began resorting to him, and he gave abundant largesse to the crews, saying to them, Be sure ye direct the folk unto me, and I will give them such and such a thing, and appoint to them this and that. Accordingly, there came folk from all parts and places, nor had 10 years passed over him ere the island was peopled and the man became its king. FN number 500, no one came to him but he entreated him with munificence, and his name was noised abroad, through the length and breadth of the earth. Now his elder son had fallen into the hands of a man who reared him and taught him polite accomplishments, and, in like manner, the younger was adopted by one who gave him a good education and brought him up in the ways of merchants. The wife also happened upon a trader who entrusted to her his property and made a covenant with her that he would not deal dishonestly by her, but would aid her to obey Allah, to whom belong majesty and might, and he used to make her the companion of his voyages and his travels. Now the elder son heard the report of the king and resolved to visit him, without knowing who he was, so he went to him and was well received by the king, who made him his secretary. Presently the other son heard of the king's piety and justice and was also taken into his service as a steward. Then the brothers abode a while, neither knowing the other, till it chanced that the merchant, in whose home was their mother, also hearing of the king's righteous and generous dealing with the lieges, freighted a ship with rich stuffs and other excellent produce of the land, and taking the woman with him, set sail for the island. He made it in due course and landing, presented himself with his gift before the king, who rejoiced therein with exceeding joy and ordered him a splendid return present. Now, there were, among the gifts, certain aromatic roots of which he would have the merchant acquaint him with the names and uses, so he said to him, "Abide with us this night." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 481st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king said, "Abide with us this night," the merchant replied, "We have in the ship one to whom I have promised to entrust the care of her to none save myself, and the same is a holy woman whose prayers have brought me weal and I have felt the blessing of her counsels." Rejoined the king, "I will send her some trusty men, who shall pass the night in the ship and guard her and all that is with her." The merchant agreed to this and abode with the king, who called his secretary and steward and said to them, "Go and pass the night in this man's ship and keep it safe, inshallah." So they went up into the ship and seating themselves, this on the poop and that on the bow, passed a part of the night in repeating the names of Allah, to whom belong majesty and might. Then quoth one to the other, Ho, Section 1. The king bade us keep watch and I fear lest sleep overtake us, so, come, let us discourse of stories of fortune and of the good we have seen and the trials of life. Quoth the other, O my brother, as for my trials fate parted me from my mother and a brother of mine, whose name was even as thine, and the cause of our parting was this. My father took ship with us from such a place, and the winds rose against us and were contrary, so that the ship was wrecked and Allah broke our fair companionship. Hearing this, the first asked, What was the name of thy mother, O my brother? And the second answered, So and so. Thereat brother threw himself upon brother saying, By Allah, thou art my very brother. And each fell to telling the other what had befallen him and his youth, whilst the mother heard all they said, but held her peace and in patience possessed her soul. Now when it was morning, one said to the other, Come, brother, let us go to my lodging and talk there. And the other said, 'Tis well. So they went away and presently the merchant came back and finding the woman in great trouble, said to her, What hath befallen thee and why this concern? Quoth she, Thou sentest to me yesternight men who tempted me to evil, and I have been in sore annoy with them. At this, he was wroth and, repairing to the king, reported the conduct of his two trusty wights. The king summoned the twain forthwith, as he loved them for their fidelity and piety, and, sending for the woman, that he might hear from her own lips what she had to say against them, thus bespake her, O woman, what hath betided thee from these two men in whom I trust? She replied, O king, I conjure thee by the Almighty, the Bountiful One, the Lord of the Empyrean, bid them repeat the words they spoke yesternight. So he said to them, Say what ye said and conceal naught thereof. Accordingly, they repeated their talk, and lo! The king rising from his throne, gave a great cry and threw himself upon them, embracing them and saying, By Allah, ye are my very sons. Therewith the woman unveiled her face and said, And by Allah, I am their very mother. So they were united and abode in all solace of life and its delight till death parted them, and so glory be to him who delivereth his servant when he restoreth to him. and disappointeth not his hope in him and his trust. And how well saith the poet on the subject: each thing of things hath his appointed tide, when 'tis, O brother, granted or denied. Repine not an affliction hit thee hard, for woe and welfare I conjoint abide. How oft shall woman see all griefs surround, yet feel a joyance thrill what lies inside? How many a wretch, on whom the eyes of folk look down, shall grace exalt to pomp and pride? This man is one long-suffering grief and woe, whom change and chance of time hath sorely dried. The world divided from what held he dearest, after long union scattered far and wide, but deigned his Lord unite them all again, and in the Lord is every good descried. Glory to him whose providence rules all living, as surest proofs for us decide. Near is the near one, but no wisdom clearer shows him, nor distant wayfare brings him nearer. And this tale is told of Abu al-Hasan and Abu Ju'afar the leper. FN number 501. I had been many times to Mecca, Allah increase its honor, and the folk used to follow me for my knowledge of the road and remembrance of the water stations. It happened one year that I was minded to make the pilgrimage to the holy house and visitation of the tomb of his prophet, on whom be blessing and peace, and I said in myself, I well know the way and will fare alone. So I set out and journeyed till I came to Al-Qadisiyah, FN number 502, and, entering the mosque there, saw a man suffering from black leprosy seated in the prayer niche. Quoth he on seeing me, O Abu al-Hasan, I crave thy company to Mecca. Quoth I to myself, I fled from all my companions, and how shall I company with lepers? So I said to him, I will bear no man company, and he was silent at my words. Next day I walked on alone, till I came to Al-Aqaba, FN number 503, where I entered the mosque and found the leper seated in the prayer niche. So I said to myself, Glory be to Allah. How hath this fellow preceded me hither? But he raised his head to me and said with a smile, O Abu al-Hasan, he doth for the weak that which surpriseth the strong. I passed that night confounded at what I had seen, and, as soon as morning dawned, set out again by myself. But when I came to Arafat, FN number 504, and entered the mosque, behold, there was the leper seated in the niche. So I threw myself upon him and kissing his feet said, O my Lord, I crave thy company. But he answered, This may in no way be. Then I began weeping and wailing at the loss of his converse, when he said, Spare thy tears which will avail thee naught. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 482nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abu al-Hasan continued, Now when I saw the leper man seated in the prayer niche, I threw myself upon him and said, O my Lord, I crave thy company, and fell to kissing his feet. But he answered, This may in no way be. Then I began weeping and wailing at the loss of his company when he said, Spare thy tears which will avail thee naught, and he recited these couplets. Why dost thou weep when I depart, and thou didst parting claim, and gravest union when we ne'er shall reunite the same? Thou lookedst on nothing save my weakness and disease, and saidst nor goes nor comes, or night or day, this sickly frame. Say'st not how Allah, glorified his glory ever be, deigneth to grant his slaves petition wherewithal he came. If I, to eyes of men be that and only that they see, and this my body show itself so full of grief and grame, and have I naught of food that shall supply me to the place where crowds unto my Lord resort impelled by single aim, I have a high creating Lord whose mercies I hid, a Lord who hath none equal and no fear is known to him. So fare thee safe and leave me lone in strangerhood to wone, for he, the only one, consoles my loneliness so lone. Accordingly, I left him, but every station I came to, I found he had forgone me, till I reached Al-Medina, where I lost sight of him and could hear no tidings of him. Here I met Abu Yazid al-Bastami and Abu Bakr Al-Shibli and a number of other sheikhs and learned men, to whom with many complaints, I told my case, and they said, Heaven forbid that thou shouldst gain his company after this. He was Abu Ju'afar the leper, in whose name folk at all times pray for rain and by whose blessing prayers their end attain. When I heard their words, my desire for his company redoubled, and I implored the Almighty to reunite me with him. Whilst I was standing on Arafat, FN number 505, one pulled me from behind, so I turned and behold, it was my man. At this sight I cried out with a loud cry and fell down in a fainting fit, but, when I came to myself, he had disappeared from my sight. This increased my yearning for him, and the ceremonies were tedious to me, and I prayed Almighty Allah to give me sight of him, nor was it but a few days after, when lo! One pulled me from behind, and I turned and it was he again. Thereupon he said, Come, I conjure thee and ask thy want of me. So I begged him to pray for me 3 prayers. First, that Allah would make me love poverty. Secondly, that I might never lie down at night upon provision assured to me. And thirdly, that he would vouchsafe me to look upon his bountiful face. So he prayed for me as I wished, and departed from me. And indeed Allah hath granted me what the devotee asked in prayer. To begin with, he hath made me so love poverty that, by the Almighty, there is naught in the world dearer to me than it. And secondly, since such a year, I have never lain down to sleep upon assured provision, withal hath he never let me lack aught. As for the third prayer, I trust that he will vouchsafe me that also, even as he hath granted the 2 precedent. For right bountiful and beneficent is his Godhead, and Allah have mercy on him who said, FN number 506 Garb of fakir, renouncement, lowliness, his robe of tatters and of rags his dress, and pallor ornamenting brow as though to wanness such as waning crescents show. Wasted him prayer through the long-lived night, and flooding tears ne'er cease to dim his sight. Memory of him shall cheer his lonely room, Almighty nearest is in nightly gloom. The refuge helpeth such fakir in need, help e'en the cattle and the winged breed. Allah for sake of him of wrath is fain, and for the grace of him shall fall the rain. And if he pray one day for plague to stay, 'twill stay, and bate man's wrong and tyrants slay. While folk Assad, afflicted one and each, he in his mercies rich, the generous leech. Bright shines his brow, and thou regard his face, thy heart illumined shines by light of grace. O thou who shunnest souls of worth innate departs thee, woe to thee, of sins the weight. Thou thinkest to overtake them, while thou bearest follies, which slay thee what's away thou farest. Didst what their worth thou hadst all honour showed, and tears in streamlets from thine eyes had flowed. To guitar troubled men flowers lack their smell, and brokers ken for how much clothes can sell. So haste and with thy Lord reunion sue, and haply fate shall lend thee aid and stew. Rest from rejection and estrangement stress, and joy thy wish and will shall choicely bless. His court wide open for the sewer is dight: (1) Very God, the Lord, Almighty might. And they also tell a tale of the Queen of the Serpents, FN number 507. There was once, in days of yore and in ages and times long gone before, a Grecian sage called Daniel, who had disciples and scholars, and the wise men of Greece were obedient to his bidding and relied upon his learning. Withal had Allah denied him a man-child. One night, as he lay musing and weeping over the lack of a son who might inherit his law, he bethought him that Allah, extolled and exalted be he, heareth the prayer of those who resort to him, and that there is no doorkeeper of the door of his bounties, and that he favoureth whom he will without compt, and sendeth no supplicant empty away, nay, he filleth their hands with favours and benefits. So he besought the Almighty, the Bountiful, to vouchsafe him a son to succeed him, and to endow him abundantly with his beneficence. Then he returned home and carnally knew his wife, who conceived by him the same night. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. when it was the 483rd night. She said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Grecian sage returned home and knew his wife, who conceived by him the same night. A few days after this he took ship for a certain place, but the ship was wrecked and he saved himself on one of her planks, while only 5 leaves remained to him of all the books he had. When he returned home, he laid the 5 leaves in a box and locking it, gave the key to his wife, who then showed big with child, and said to her, Know that my decease is at hand and that the time draweth nigh for my translation from this abode temporal to the home which is eternal. Now thou art with child and after my death wilt haply bear a son. If this be so, name him Hasib Karim al-Din FN number 508, and rear him with the best of rearing. When the boy shall grow up and shall say to thee, What inheritance did my father leave me? Give him these 5 leaves, which when he shall have read and understood, he will be the most learned man of his time. Then he farewelled her and heaving one sigh, departed the world and all that is therein. The mercy of Allah the Most Highest be upon him. His family and friends wept over him and washed him and bore him forth in great state and buried him, after which they wended their ways home. But few days passed ere his widow bare a handsome boy and named him Hasib Karim al-Din, as her husband charged her, and immediately after his birth she summoned the astrologers, who calculated his ascendants and drawing its horoscope, said to her, Know, O woman, that this birth will live many a year, but that will be after a great peril in the early part of his life, wherefrom can he escape, he will be given the knowledge of all the exact sciences. So saying they went their ways. She suckled him 2 years, FN number 509, then weaned him, and when he was 5 years old, she placed him in a school to learn his book, but he would read nothing. So she took him from school and set him to learn a trade, but he would not master any craft, and there came no work from his hands. The mother wept over this, and the folk said to her, Marry him, haply he will take heart for his wife and learn him a trade. So she sought out a girl and married him to her, but, despite marriage and the lapse of time, he remained idle as before, and would do nothing. One day, some neighbors of hers, who were woodcutters, came to her and said, Buy thy son an ass and cords and an axe and let him go with us to the mountain and we will all of us cut wood for fuel. The price of the wood shall be his and ours, and he shall provide thee and his wife with his share. When she heard this, she joyed with exceeding joy and bought her son an ass and cords and hatchet, then, carrying him to the woodcutters, delivered him into their hands and solemnly committed him to their care. Said they, Have no concern for the boy, our Lord will provide for him, he is the son of our sheikh. So they carried him to the mountain, where they cut firewood and loaded their asses therewith, then returned to the city and, selling what they had cut, spent the monies on their families. This they did on the next day and the 3rd and ceased not for some time, till it chanced one day, a violent storm of rain broke over them, and they took refuge in a great cave till the downfall should pass away. Now Hasib Karim al-Din went apart from the rest into a corner of the cavern and sitting down, fell to smiting the floor with his axe. Presently he noted that the ground sounded hollow under the hatchet, so he dug there a while and came to a round flagstone with a ring in it. When he saw this, he was glad and called his comrades the woodcutters, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 484th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Hasib Karim al-Din saw the flagstone with a ring, he was glad and called his comrades the woodcutters, who came to him and, finding it was fact, soon pulled up the stone and discovered under it a trap-door, which, being opened, showed a cistern full of bees' honey. FN number 510. Then said they to one another, This is a large store and we have nothing for it but to return to the city and fetch vessels wherein to carry away the honey, and sell it and divide the price, whilst one of us stands by the cistern, to guard it from outsiders. Quoth Hasib, I will stay and keep watch over it till you bring your pots and pans. So they left him on guard there and, repairing to the city, fetched vessels, which they filled with honey and loading their asses therewith, carried them to the streets and sold the contents. They returned on the morrow and thus they did several days in succession, sleeping in the town by night and drawing off the stuff by day, whilst Hasib abode on guard by it till but little remained, when they said one to other, it was Hasib Karim al-Din found the honey, and tomorrow he will come down to the city and complain against us and claim the price of it, saying, 'Twas I found it, nor is there escape for us but that we let him down into the cistern, to bail out the rest of the honey, and leave him there, so will he die of hunger, and none shall know of him. They all fell in with this plot as they were making for the place, and, when they reached it, one said to him, O Hasib, go down into the pit and bail out for us the rest of the honey. So he went down and passed up to them what remained of the honey, after which he said to them, Draw me up, for there is nothing left. They made him no answer, but, loading their asses, went off to the city and left him alone in the cistern. Thereupon he fell to weeping and crying, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Such was his case, but as regards his comrades, when they reached the city and sold the honey, they repaired to Hasib's mother, weeping, and said to her, May thy head outlive thy son Hasib. She asked, What brought about his death? And they answered, We were cutting wood on the mountain top, when there fell on us a heavy downfall of rain and we took shelter from it in a cavern, and suddenly thy son thus broke loose and fled into the valley, and he ran after it, to turn it back, when there came out upon them a great wolf, who tore thy son in pieces and driven the ass. When the mother heard this, she beat her face and strewed dust on her head and fell to mourning for her son, and she kept life and soul together only by the meat and drink which they brought her every day. As for the woodcutters, they opened them shops and became merchants and spent their lives in eating and drinking and laughing and frolicking. Meanwhile Hasib Karim al-Din, who ceased not to weep and call for help, sat down upon the cistern edge when behold, a great scorpion fell down on him, so he rose and killed it. Then he took thought and said, The cistern was full of honey, how came this scorpion here? Accordingly he got up and examined the well right and left, till he found a crevice from which the scorpion had fallen and saw the light of day shining through it. So he took out his woodman's knife and enlarged the hole, till it was big as a window. Then he crept through it and, after walking for some time, came to a vast gallery, which led him to a huge door of black iron bearing a padlock of silver wherein was a key of gold. He stole up to the door and, looking through the chink, saw a great light shining within, so he took the key and, opening the door, went on for some time, till he came to a large artificial lake, wherein he caught sight of something that shimmered like silver. He walked up to it and at last he saw, hard by a hillock of green jasper and on the hilltop, a golden throne studded with all manner gems, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 485th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Hasib reached the hillock he found it of green jasper surmounted by a golden throne studded with all manner gems, round which were set many stools, some of gold, some of silver and others of leek green emerald. He clomb the hillock and, counting the stools, found them 12,000 in number. Then he mounted the throne which was set on the centre and, seating himself thereon, fell to wondering at the lake and the stools, and he marvelled till drowsiness overcame him and he dropped asleep. Presently, he was roused by a loud snorting and hissing and rustling, so he opened his eyes, and, sitting up, saw each stool occupied by a huge serpent, 100 cubits in length. At this sight, great fear got hold of him. His spittle dried up for the excess of his dread and he despaired of life, as all their eyes were blazing like live coals. Then he turned towards the lake and saw that what he had taken for shimmering water was a multitude of small snakes, none knoweth their compt save Allah the Most High. After a while, there came up to him a serpent as big as a mule, bearing on its back a tray of gold, wherein lay another serpent which shone like crystal and whose face was as that of a woman. FN number 511, and who spake with human speech. And as soon as she was brought up to Hasib, she saluted him, and he returned the salutation. Thereupon, one of the serpents seated on the stools came up and, lifting her off the tray, set her on one of the seats, and she cried out to the other serpents in their language, whereupon they all fell down from their stools and did her homage. But she signed to them to sit, and they did so. Then she addressed Hasib, saying, Have no fear of us, O youth, for I am the queen of the serpents and their sultanah. When he heard her speak on this wise, he took heart, and she bade the serpents bring him somewhat of food. FN number 512. So they brought apples and grapes and pomegranates and pistachios and filberts and walnuts and almonds and bananas, and set them before him. And the queen serpent said, Welcome, O youth. What is thy name? Answered he, Hasib Karim al-Din. And she rejoined, O Hasib, eat of these fruits, for we have no other meat, and fear thou have nothing from us at all. Hearing this, he ate his fill and praised Allah Almighty, and presently they took away the trays from before him, and the queen said, Tell me, O Hasib, whence thou art, and how camest thou hither, and what hath befallen thee? So he told her his story from first to last, the death of his father, his birth, his being sent to school where he learnt nothing, his becoming a woodcutter, his finding the honey cistern, his being abandoned therein, his killing the scorpion, his widening the crevice, his finding the iron door, and his coming upon the queen. And he ended his long tale with saying, These be my adventures from beginning to end, and only Allah wotteth what will betide me after all this. Quoth the queen, after listening to his words, Nothing save good shall betide thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 486th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the serpent queen had heard his story, she said, Nothing save good shall betide thee, but I would have thee, O Hasib, abide with me some time, that I may tell thee my history and acquaint thee with the wondrous adventures which have happened to me. I hear and obey thy hest, answered he, and she began to tell in these words. The adventures of Balukiya. Know thou, O Hasib, there was once in the city of Cairo a king of the Banu Israel, a wise and a pious, who was bent double by poring over books of learning, and he had a son named Balukiya. When he grew old and weak and was nigh upon death, his grandees and officers of state came up to salute him, and he said to them, O folk, know that at hand is the hour of my march from this world to the next, and I have no charge to lay on you, save to commend to your care my son Balukiya. Then said he, I testify that there is no God save the God, and, heaving one sigh, departed the world. The mercy of Allah be upon him. They laid him out and washed him and buried him with a procession of great state. Then they made his son Balukiya sultan in his stead, and he ruled the kingdom justly, and the people had peace in his time. Now it befell one day that he entered his father's treasuries, to look about him, and coming upon an inner compartment and finding the semblance of a door, opened it and passed in. And lo! He found himself in a little closet, wherein stood a column of white marble, on the top of which was a casket of ebony. He opened this also and saw therein another casket of gold, containing a book. He read the book and found in it an account of our Lord Muhammad, whom Allah bless and preserve, and how he should be sent in the latter days. FN number 513, and be the Lord of the first prophets and the last. On seeing the personal description, Balukiya's heart was taken with love of him, so he at once assembled all the notables of the children of Israel, the Kahans or diviners, the scribes and the priests, and acquainted them with the book, reading portions of it to them and, adding, O folk, needs must I bring my father out of his grave and burn him. The lieges asked, why wilt thou burn him? And he answered, because he hid this book from me and imparted it not to me. Apostrophe Now the old king had accepted it from the Torah or Pentateuch and the books of Abraham, and had set it in one of his treasuries and concealed it from all living. Rejoined they, O king, thy father is dead, his body is in the dust and his affair is in the hands of his Lord, thou shalt not take him forth of his tomb. So he knew that they would not suffer him to do this thing by his sire, and leaving them he repaired to his mother, to whom said he, O my mother, I have found, in one of my father's treasuries, a book containing a description of Muhammad, whom Allah bless and keep, a prophet who shall be sent in the latter days, and my heart is captivated with love of him. Wherefore am I resolved to wander over the earth, till I foregather with him, else I shall die of longing for his love. Then he doffed his clothes and donned an upper gown of goat's hair and coarse sandals, saying, O my mother, forget me not in thy prayers. She wept over him and said, What will become of us after thee? But Bulukiya answered, I can endure no longer, and I commit my affair and thine to Allah who is Almighty. Then he set out on foot Syria wards without the knowledge of any of his folk, and coming to the seaboard found a vessel whereon he shipped as one of the crew. They sailed till he made an island, where Bulukiya landed with a crew. But straying away from the rest he sat down under a tree and sleep got the better of him. When he awoke, he sought the ship but found that she had set sail without him, and in that island he saw serpents as big as camels and palm trees, which repeated the names of Allah, be he extolled and exalted, and blessed Muhammad, whom the Lord assain and save, proclaiming the unity and glorifying the glorious, whereat he wondered. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 487th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Bulukiya saw the serpents glorifying God and proclaiming the unity, he wondered with extreme wonder. When they saw him, they flocked to him, and one of them said to him, Who and whence art thou and whither goest thou? And what is thy name? Quoth he, My name is Bulukiya, I am of the children of Israeland, being distracted for love of Muhammad, whom Allah bless and keep, I come in quest of him. But who are ye, O noble creatures? Answered they, We are of the dwellers in the Jahannam hell, and Almighty Allah created us for the punishment of Kafirs. And how came ye hither? Asked he, and the serpents answered, Know, O Bulukiya, that hell FN number 514, of the greatness of her boiling, breatheth twice a year, expiring in the summer and inspiring in the winter, and hence the summer heat and winter cold. When she exhaleth, she casteth us forth of her maw, and we are drawn in again with her inhaled breath. Quoth Bulukiya, Say me, are the greater serpents than you in hell? And they said, Of a truth we are cast out with the expired breath, but by reason of our smallness, for in hell every serpent is so great, that were the biggest of us to pass over its nose, it would not feel us. FN number 515, asked Bulukiya, Ye sing the praises of Allah and invoke blessings on Muhammad, whom the Almighty assain and save. Whence wot ye of Muhammad? And they answered, O Bulukiya, verily his name is written on the gates of paradise, and, but for him, Allah had not created the worlds FN number 516, nor paradise, nor heaven, nor hell, nor earth, for he made all things that be, solely on his account, and hath conjoined his name with his own in every place, wherefore we love Muhammad, whom Allah bless and preserve. Now hearing the serpents converse did but inflame Bulukiya's love for Muhammad and yearning for his sight, so he took leave of them, and, making his way to the seashore, found there a ship made fast to the beach. He embarked therein as a seaman and sailed nor ceased sailing till he came to another island. Here he landed and walking about a while found serpents great and small, none knoweth their number save Almighty Allah, and amongst them a white serpent, clearer than crystal, seated in a golden tray borne on the back of another serpent as big as an elephant. Now this, O Hasib, was the serpent queen, none other than myself. Quoth Hasib, and what answer didst thou make him? Quoth she, Know, O Hasib, that when I saw Balukiya, I saluted him with the salam, and he returned my salutation, and I said to him, Who and what art thou, and what is thine errand, and whence comest thou, and whither goest thou? Answered he, I am of the children of Israel, my name is Balukiya, and I am a wanderer for the love of Muhammad, whose description I have read in the revealed scriptures, and of whom I go in search. But what art thou, and what are these serpents about thee? Quoth I, O Balukiya, I am the queen of the serpents, and when thou shalt foregather with Muhammad, whom Allah save and save, bear him my salutation. Then Balukiya took leave of me and journeyed till he came to the holy city, which is Jerusalem. Now there was in that stead a man who was deeply versed in all sciences, more especially in geometry and astronomy and mathematics, as well as in white magic FN number 517, and spiritualism, and he had studied the Pentateuch and the Evangel and the Psalms and the books of Abraham. His name was Afan, and he had found in certain of his books, that whoso should wear the seal ring of our Lord Solomon, men and jinn and birds and beasts and all created things would be bound to obey him. Moreover, he has discovered that our Lord Solomon had been buried in a coffin which was miraculously transported beyond the 7 seas to the place of burial, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 488th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Afan had found in certain books that none, mortal or spirit, could pluck the seal ring from the Lord Solomon's finger, and that no navigator could sail his ship upon the 7 seas over which the coffin had been carried. Moreover, he had found out by reading that there was a herb of herbs, and that if one express its juice and anoint therewith his feet, he should walk upon the surface of any sea that Allah Almighty had created without wetting his soles, but none could obtain this herb, without he had with him the serpent queen. When Balukiya arrived at the holy city, he at once sat down to do his devotions and worship the Lord, and, whilst he was so doing, Afan came up and saluted him as a true believer. Then seeing him reading the Pentateuch and adoring the Almighty, he accosted him, saying, What is thy name, O man, and whence comest thou, and whither goest thou? He answered, My name is Balukiya, I am from the city of Cairo, and am come forth wandering in quest of Muhammad, whom Allah bless and preserve. Quoth Afan, Come with me to my lodging that I may entertain thee. To hear is to obey, replied Balukiya. So the devotee took him by the hand and carried him to his house, where he entreated him with the utmost honor, and presently said to him, Tell me thy history, O my brother, and how thou camest by the knowledge of Muhammad, whom Allah save and save, that thy heart hath been taken with love of him and compelled thee to fare forth and seek him, and lastly tell me who it was directed thee in this road. So he related to him his tale in its entirety, whereupon Afan, who well nigh lost his wits for wonder, said to him, Make tryst for me with the queen of the serpents, and I will bring thee in company with Muhammad, albeit the date of his mission is yet far distant. We have only to prevail upon the queen and carry her in a cage to a certain mountain where the herbs grow, and, as long as she is with us, the plants as we pass them will parley with human speech and discover their virtues by the ordinance of Allah the Most High. For I have found in my books that there is a certain herb, and all who express its juice and anoint therewith their feet shall walk upon whatsoever sea Almighty Allah hath made, without wetting sole. When we have found the magical herb, we will let her go her way, and then will we anoint our feet with the juice and cross the 7 seas, till we come to the burial place of our Lord Solomon. Then we will take the ring off his finger and rule even as he ruled, and win all our wishes. We will enter the main of milks FN number 518, and drink of the water of life, and so the Almighty will let us tarry till the end of time, and we shall foregather with Muhammad, whom Allah bless and preserve. Hearing these words, Balukiya replied, O Afan, I will make tryst for thee with the Serpent Queen, and at once show thee her abiding place. So Afan made him a cage of iron, and, providing himself with 2 bowls, one full of wine and the other of milk, took ship with Bulukia and sailed till they came to the island, where they landed and walked upon it. Then Afan set up the cage, in which he laid a noose, and withdrew after placing in it the 2 bowls, when he and Bulukia concealed themselves afar off. Presently, up came the queen of the serpents, that is, myself, and examined the cage. When she, that is I, smelt the savour of the milk, she came down from the back of the snake which bore her tray and, entering the cage, drank up the milk. Then she went to the bowl of wine and drank of it, whereupon her head became giddy and she slept. When Afan saw this, he ran up and locking the cage upon her, set it on his head and made for the ship, he and Bulukia. After a while she awoke and finding herself in a cage of iron on a man's head and seeing Bulukia walking beside the bearer, said to him, "This is the reward of those who do no hurt to the sons of Adam." Answered he, "O Queen, have no fear of us, for we will do thee no hurt at all. We wish thee only to show us the herb which, when pounded and squeezed, yieldeth the juice, and this rubbed upon the feet conferreth the power of walking dry-shod upon what sea soever Almighty Allah hath created, and when we have found that, we will return thee to thy place and let thee wend thy way." Then Afan and Bulukia fared on from the hills where grew the herbs, and, as they went about with the queen, each plant they passed began to speak and avouch its virtues by permission of Allah the Most High. As they were thus doing and the herbs speaking right and left, behold, a plant spoke out and said, "I am the herb ye seek, and all who gather and crush me and anoint their feet with my juice, shall fare over what sea soever Allah Almighty hath created and yet ne'er wet soul." When Afan heard this, he sat down the cage from his head and, gathering what might suffice them of the herb, crushed it and filling 2 vials with the juice kept them for future use, and with what was left they anointed their feet. Then they took up the Serpent Queen's cage and journeyed days and nights, till they reached the island, where they opened the cage and let out her, that is me. When I found myself at liberty, I asked them what use they would make of the juice, and they answered, "We design to anoint our feet and to cross the 7 seas to the burial place of our Lord Solomon, FN number 519, and take the seal ring from his finger." Quoth I, "Far, far is it from your power to possess yourselves of the ring." They inquired, "Wherefore?" And I replied, "Because Almighty Allah vouchsafed unto our Lord Solomon the gift of this ring and distinguished him thereby, for that he said to him, O Lord, give me a kingdom which may not be obtained after me, for thou verily art the giver of kingdoms." FN number 520, so that ring is not for you. And I added, had ye twain taken the herb, whereof all who eat shall not die until the first blast, FN number 521, it had better avail you than this ye have gotten, for ye shall no wise come at your desire thereby. Now when they heard this, they repented them with exceeding penitence and went their ways. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 489th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Bulukia and Afan heard these words, they repented them with exceeding penitence and went their ways. Such was the case, but as regards myself, continued the Serpent Queen, I went in quest of my host and found it fallen in piteous case, the stronger of them having grown so weak in my absence and the weaker having died. When they saw me, they rejoiced and flocking about me, asked, What hath befallen thee, and where hast thou been? So I told them what had passed, after which I gathered my forces to Ether and repaired with them to the mountain Kaf, where I was wont to winter, summer freshing in the place where thou now seest me, O Hasib Karim al-Din. This, then, is my story and what befell me. Thereupon Hasib marvelled at her words and said to her, I beseech thee, of thy favour, bid one of thy guards bear me forth to the surface of the earth, that I may go to my people. She replied, O Hasib, thou shalt not have leave to depart from us till winter come, and needs must thou go with us to the mountain Kaf and solace thyself with a sight of the hills and sands and trees and birds, magnifying the one God, the victorious, and look upon Marids and Ifrits and Jinn, whose number none knoweth save Almighty Allah. When Hasib heard this, he was sore chafed and chagrined. Then he said to her, Tell me of Affan and Balukiya, when they departed from thee and went their way, did they cross the 7 seas and reach the burial place of our Lord Solomon or not? And if they did, had they power to take the ring or not? Answered she, No, that when they left me, they anointed their feet with the juice, and, walking over the water, fared on from sea to sea, diverting themselves with the wonders of the deep, nor ceased they faring till they had traversed the 7 seas and came in sight of a mountain, soaring high in air, whose stones were emeralds, and whose dust was musk, and in it was a stream of running water. When they made it they rejoiced, saying each to the other, Verily we have won our wish, and they entered the passes of the mountain and walked on, till they saw from afar a cavern surmounted by a great dome, shining with light. So they made for the cavern, and entering it beheld therein a throne of gold studded with all manner jewels, and about it stools whose number none knoweth save Allah Almighty. And they saw lying at full length upon the throne our Lord Solomon, clad in robes of green silk inwoven with gold and broidered with jewels and precious minerals. His right hand was passed over his breast, and on the middle finger was the seal ring whose lustre outshone that of all other gems in the place. Then Affan taught Balukiya jurations and conjurations galore and said to him, Repeat these conjurations and cease not repeating until I take the ring. Then he went up to the throne, but, as he drew near unto it, lo, see, a mighty serpent came forth from beneath it, and cried out at him with so terrible a cry that the whole place trembled, and sparks flew from its mouth, saying, Begone, or thou art a dead man. But Affan busied himself with his incantations, and suffered himself not to be startled thereby. Then the serpent blew such a fiery blast at him, that the place was like to be set on fire, and said to him, Woe to thee! Except thou turn back, I will consume thee. Hearing these words Balukiya left the cave, but Affan, who suffered himself not to be troubled, went up to the Prophet. Then he put out his hand to the ring and touched it and strove to draw it off the Lord Solomon's finger, and behold, the serpent blew on him once more and he became a heap of ashes. Such was his case, but as regards Balukiya he fell down in a swoon. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 490th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the queen continued, when Balukiya saw Affan burnt up by the fire and become a heap of ashes, he fell down in a swoon. Thereupon the Lord, magnified be his majesty, bade Gabriel descend earthwards and save him ere the serpent should blow on him. So Gabriel descended without delay and, finding Affan reduced to ashes and Balukiya in a fit, aroused him from his trance and saluting him asked, How camest thou hither? Balukiya related to him his history from first to last, adding, Know that I came not hither but from the love of Muhammad, whom Allah save and save, of whom Affan informed me that his mission would take place at the end of time. Moreover, that none should foregather with him but those who endured to the latter days by drinking of the water of life through means of Solomon's seal. So I accompanied him hither, and there befell him what befell, but I escaped the fire, and now it is my desire that thou inform me where Muhammad is to be found. Quoth Gabriel, O Balukiya, go thy ways, for the time of Muhammad's coming is yet far distant. Then he ascended up to heaven forthright, and Balukiya wept with sore weeping and repented of that which he had done, calling to mind my words, whenas I said to them, Far is it from man's power to possess himself of the ring. Then he descended from the mountain and returned in exceeding confusion to the seashore and passed the night there, marveling at the mountains and seas and islands around him. When morning dawned, he anointed his feet with the herb juice and descending to the water, set out and fed on over the surface of the seas days and nights, astonished at the terrors of the main and the marvels and wonders of the deep, till he came to an island as it were the Garden of Eden. So he landed and, finding himself in a great and pleasant island, paced about it and saw with admiration that its dust was saffron and its gravel carnelian and precious minerals, its hedges were of jessamine, its vegetation was of the goodliest of trees and of the brightest of odoriferous shrubs, its brushwood was of Comorin and Sumatran aloes wood and its reeds were sugarcanes. Round about it were roses and narcissus and amaranths and gilliflowers and chamomiles and white lilies and violets, and other flowers of all kinds and colours. Of a truth the island was the goodliest place, abounding in space, rich in grace, a compendium of beauty material and spiritual. The birds warbled on the boughs with tones far sweeter than chaunt of Koran, and their notes would console a lover whom longings unman. And therein the gazelle frisked free and fain, and wild cattle roamed about the plain. Its trees were of tallest height, its streams flowed bright, its springs welled with waters sweet and light, and all therein was a delight to sight and sprite. Baluchia marvelled at the charms of the island, but knew that he had strayed from the way he had first taken in company with Afan. He wandered about the place and solaced him with various spectacles until nightfall, when he climbed into a tree to sleep, but as he sat there, musing over the beauty of the sight, behold, the sea became troubled and there rose up to the surface a great beast, which cried out with a cry so terrible that every living thing upon the isle trembled. As Baluchia gazed upon him from the tree and marvelled at the bigness of his bulk, he was presently followed unexpectedly by a multitude of other sea beasts in kind manifolds, each holding in his forepaw a jewel which shone like a lamp, so that the whole island became as light as day for the lustre of the gems. After a while, there appeared, from the heart of the island, wild beasts of the land, none knoweth their number save Allah the Most High, amongst which Baluchia noted lions and panthers and lynxes and other ferals. And these land beasts flocked down to the shore, and, foregathering with the sea beasts, conversed with them till daybreak, when they separated and each went his own way. Thereupon Baluchia, terrified by what he had seen, came down from the tree and, making the sea shore, anointed his feet with the magical juice, and set out once more upon the surface of the water. He fed on days and nights over the second sea, till he came to a great mountain skirting which ran a wadi without end. The stones were magnetic iron, and its beasts, lions and hares and panthers. He landed on the mountain foot and wandered from place to place till nightfall, when he sat down sheltered by one of the base hills on the sea side, to eat of the dried fish thrown up by the sea. Presently, he turned from his meal, and behold, a huge panther was creeping up to rend and ravin him, so he anointed his feet in haste with the juice and, descending to the surface of the water, fled walking over the third sea, in the darkness, for the night was black and the wind blew stark. Nor did he stay his course till he reached another island, whereon he landed and found the trees bearing fruits both fresh and dry. FN number 522. So he took of these fruits and ate and praised Allah Almighty, after which he walked for solace about the island till eventide. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 491st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Baluchia, continued the queen, walked for solace about the island till eventide, when he lay down to sleep. As soon as daybreak, he began to explore the place and ceased not for 10 days, after which he again made the shore and anointed his feet and, setting out over the fourth sea, walked upon it many nights and days, till he came to a third island of fine white sand without sign of trees or grass. He walked about it a while, but, finding its only inhabitants sakers which nested in the sand, he again anointed his feet and trudged over the fifth sea, walking night and day till he came to a little island, whose soil and hills were like crystal. Therein were the veins wherefrom gold is worked, and therein also were marvellous trees whose like he had never seen in his wanderings, for their blossoms were in hue as gold. He landed and walked about for diversion till it was nightfall, when the flowers began to shine through the gloom like stars. Seeing this sight, he marvelled and said, "Assuredly, the flowers of this island are of those which wither under the sun and fall to the earth, where the winds smite them and they gather under the rocks and become the elixir FN number 523, which the folk collect and thereof make gold." He slept there all that night, and at sunrise he again anointed his feet and, descending to the shore, fared on over the 6 sea nights and days, till he came to a 5th island. Here he landed and found, after walking an hour or so, 2 mountains covered with a multitude of trees, whose fruits were as men's heads hanging by the hair, and others whose fruits were green birds hanging by the feet, also a 3rd kind, whose fruits were like aloes. If a drop of the juice fell on a man it burnt like fire, and others, whose fruit swept and laughed, besides many other marvels, which he saw there. Then he returned to the seashore and, finding there a tall tree, sat down beneath it till supper time, when he climbed up into the branches to sleep. As he sat considering the wonderful works of Allah, behold, the waters became troubled, and there rose therefrom the daughters of the sea, each mermaid holding in her hand a jewel which shone like the morning. They came ashore and, foregathering under the trees, sat down and danced and sported and made merry, whilst Baluchia amused himself with watching and wondering at their gambols, which were prolonged till the morning, when they returned to the sea and disappeared. Then he came down and, anointing his feet, set out on the surface of the 7th sea, over which he journeyed 2 whole months, without getting sight of highland or island or broadland or lowland or shoreland, till he came to the end thereof. And so doing he suffered exceeding hunger, so that he was forced to snatch up fishes from the surface of the sea and devour them raw, the stress of famine. In such case he pushed on till in early forenoon he came to the 6th island, with trees growing and rills a-flowing, where he landed and walked about, looking right and left, till he came to an apple tree and put forth his hand to pluck of the fruit, when lo! One cried out to him from the tree, saying, "An thou draw near to this tree and cut of it aught, I will cut thee in twain." So he looked and saw a giant 40 cubits high, being the cubit of the people of that day, whereat he feared with sore fear and refrained from that tree. Then said he to the giant, "Why cost thou forbid me to eat of this tree?" Replied the other, "Because thou art the son of Adam, and thy father Adam forgot the covenant of Allah and sinned against him and ate of the tree." Quoth Baluchia, "What thing art thou, and to whom belongeth this island, with its trees, and how art thou named?" Quoth the tall one, "My name is Sharahia, and trees and island belong to King Sakr, FN number 524. I am one of his guards and in charge of his dominion," presently adding, "But who art thou, and whence comest thou hither?" Baluchia told him his story from beginning to end, and Sharahia said, "Be of good cheer," and brought him to eat. So he ate his fill and, taking leave of the giant, set out again and ceased not faring on over the mountains and sandy deserts for 10 days, at the end of which time he saw, in the distance, a dust cloud hanging like a canopy in air, and, making towards it, he heard a mighty clamour, cries and blows and sounds of melee. Presently he reached a great wadi, 2 months' journey long, and, looking whence the shouts came, he saw a multitude of horsemen engaged in fierce fight and the blood running from them till it reeled like a river. Their voices were thunderous, and they were armed with lance and sword and iron mace and bow and arrow, and all fought with the utmost fury. At this sight he felt sore affright, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 492nd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the queen continued, when Baluchia saw the host in fight, he felt sore affright and was perplexed about his case, but whilst he hesitated, behold, they caught sight of him and held their hands one from other and left fighting. Then a troop of them came up to him, wondering at his make, and one of the horsemen said to him, What art thou, and whence camest thou hither, and whither art wending, and who showed thee the way that thou hast come to our country? Quoth he, I am of the sons of Adam, and am come out, distracted for the love of Muhammad, whom Allah bless and preserve, but I have wandered from my way. Quoth the horseman, Never saw we a son of Adam till now, nor did any ever come to this land. And all marveled at him and at his speech. But what are ye, O creatures? Asked Balukiya, and the rider replied, We are of the Jann. So he said, O knight, what is the cause of the fighting amongst you, and where is your abiding place, and what is the name of this valley and this land? He replied, Our abiding place is the White Country, and, every year, Allah Almighty commandeth us to come hither and wage war upon the unbelieving Jann. Asked Balukiya, And where is the White Country? And the horseman answered, It is behind the mountain Kaf, and distant 75 years' journey from this place, which is termed the land of Shaddad son of Ad. We are here for holy war, and we have no other business, when we are not doing battle, than to glorify God and hallow him. Moreover, we have a ruler, King Sacrifice, and needs must thou go with us to him, that he may look upon thee for his especial delight. Then they fared on, and he with them, till they came to their abiding place, where he saw a multitude of magnificent tents of green silk, none knoweth their number save Allah the Most High, and in their midst a pavilion of red satin, some 1,000 cubits in compass, with cords of blue silk and pegs of gold and silver. Balukiya marveled at the sight and accompanied them as they fared on, and behold, this was the royal pavilion. So they carried him unto the presence of King Sakr, whom he found seated upon a splendid throne of red gold, set with pearls and studded with gems, the kings and princes of the Jann being on his right hand, and on his left his councillors and emirs and officers of state, and a multitude of others. The king seeing him bade introduce him, which they did, and Balukiya went up to him and saluted him after kissing the ground before him. The king returned his salute and said, Draw near me, O mortal. And Balukiya went close up to him. Hereupon the king, commanding a chair to be set for him by his royal side, bade him sit down and asked him, Who art thou? And Balukiya answered, I am a man, and one of the children of Israel. Tell me thy story, cried King Sakr, and acquaint me with all that hath befallen thee, and how thou camest to this my land. So Balukiya related to him all that had occurred in his wanderings from beginning to end. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 493rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the queen continued, when Balukiya related to Sakr what befell him in his wanderings, he marveled thereat. Then he bade the servants bring food, and they spread the tables and set on 1,500 platters of red gold and silver and copper, some containing 20 and some 50 boiled camels, and others some 50 head of sheep, at which Balukiya marveled with exceeding marvel. Then they ate, and he ate with them, till he was satisfied and returned thanks to Allah Almighty, after which they cleared the tables and set on fruits, and they ate thereof, glorifying the name of God and invoking blessings on his Prophet Muhammad, whom Allah bless and preserve. When Balukiya heard them make mention of Muhammad, he wondered and said to King Sakr, I am minded to ask thee some questions. Rejoined the king, Ask what thou wilt. And Balukiya said, O king, what are ye, and what is your origin, and how came ye to know of Muhammad, whom Allah sain and save, that ye draw near to him and love him? King Sakr answered, O Balukiya, of very sooth Allah created the fire in 7 stages, one above the other, and each distant 1,000 years' journey from its neighbor. The first stage he named Jahannam FN number 525, and appointed the same for the punishment of the transgressors of the true believers, who die unrepentant. The second he named Lazar and appointed for unbelievers. The name of the third is Jahannam and is appointed for Gog and Magog. FN number 526. The fourth is called Sir and is appointed for the host of a blip. The fifth is called Sakar and is prepared for those who neglect prayer. The sixth is called Hatama and is appointed for Jews and Christians. The seventh is named Hoya and is prepared for hypocrites. Such be the 7 stages. Quoth Balukiya, haply Jahannam hath least of torture, for that it is the uppermost. Yes, quoth King Sakr, the most endurable of them all is Jahannam. Nathless in it are 1,000 mountains of fire, in each mountain 70,000 cities of fire, in each city 70,000 castles of fire, in each castle 70,000 houses of fire, in each house 70,000 couches of fire, and in each couch 70,000 manners of torment. As for the other hells, O Balukiya, none knoweth the number of kinds of torment that be therein save Allah Most Highest. When Balukiya heard this, he fell down in a fainting fit, and when he came to himself, he wept and said, O king, what will be my case? Quoth Sakr, fear not, and know thou that whoso loveth Muhammad, whom Allah bless and keep, the fire shall not burn him, for he is made free therefrom for his sake, and whoso belongeth to his faith the fire shall fly him. As for us, the Almighty Maker created us of the fire, for the first that he made in Jahannam were 2 of his host whom he called Khalat and Millet. Now Khalat was fashioned in the likeness of a lion, with a tail like a tortoise 20 years' journey in length and ending in a member masculine, while Millet was like a pied wolf whose tail was furnished with a member feminine. Then Almighty Allah commanded the tails to couple and copulate and do the deed of kind, and of them were born serpents and scorpions, whose dwelling is in the fire, that Allah may therewith torment those whom he casteth therein, and these increased and multiplied. Then Allah commanded the tails of Khalat and Millet to couple and copulate a second time, and the tail of Millet conceived by the tail of Khalat and bore 14 children, 7 male and 7 female, who grew up and intermarried one with the other. All were obedient to their sire, save one who disobeyed him and was changed into a worm, which is Iblis. The curse of Allah be upon him. Now Iblis was one of the cherubim, for he had served Allah till he was raised to the heavens and cherished. FN number 527, by the especial favor of the Merciful One, who made him chief of the cherubim. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 494th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the queen continued, Iblis served God and became chief of cherubim. When, however, the Lord created Adam, with whom be peace, he commanded Iblis to prostrate himself to him, but he drew back, so Allah Almighty expelled him from heaven and cursed him. FN number 528, this Iblis had issued of his lineage are the devils, and as for the other 6 males, who were his elders, they are the ancestors of the true believing Jan, and we are their descendants. Such, O Balukiya, is our provenance. FN number 529, Balukiya marveled at the king's words and said, O king, I pray thee bid one of thy gods bear me back to my native land. Naught of this may we do, answered Sakr, save by commandment of Allah Almighty. However, an thou desire to leave us and return home, I will mount thee on one of my mares and cause her carry thee to the farthest frontiers of my dominions, where thou wilt meet with the troops of another king, Barakiya Highs, who will recognize the mare at sight and take thee off her and send her back to us, and this is all we can do for thee, and no more. When Balukiya heard these words he wept and said, Do whatso thou wilt. So King Sak caused bring the mare and, setting Balukiya on her back, said to him, Beware lest thou alight from her or strike her or cry out in her face, for if thou do so she will slay thee, but abide quietly riding on her back till she stop with thee, then dismount and wend thy ways. Quoth Balukiya, I hear and I obey. He then mounted and setting out, rode in a long while between the rows of tents, and stinted not riding till he came to the royal kitchens where he saw the great cauldrons, each holding 50 camels, hung up over the fires which blazed fiercely under them. So he stopped there and gazed with a marvel ever increasing till King Sack, thinking him to be an-hungered, bade bring him 2 roasted camels, and they carried them to him and bound them behind him on the mare's gripper. Then he took leave of them and fared on, till he came to the end of King Sack's dominions, where the mare stood still and Bulukiya dismounted and began to shake the dust of the journey from his raiment. And behold, there accosted him a party of men who, recognizing the mare, carried her and Bulukiya before the king Barakiya. So he saluted him, and the king returned his greeting and seated him beside himself in a splendid pavilion, in the midst of his troops and champions and vassal princes of the Jan ranged to right and left, after which he called for food and they ate their fill and pronounced the Alhamdulillah. Then they set on fruits, and when they had eaten thereof, King Barakiya, whose estate was like that of King Sakr, asked his guest, "When didst thou leave King Sakr?" And Bulukiya answered, 2 days ago. Quoth Barakiya, "Dost thou know how many days' journey thou hast come in these 2 days?" Quoth he, "No," and the king rejoined, "Thou hast come a journey of 70 months. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 495th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the queen continued, Barakiya said to Bulukiya, in 2 days thou hast come a journey of 70 months. Moreover, when thou mountest the mare, and she was affrighted at thee, knowing thee for a son of Adam, and would have thrown thee, so they bound on her back these 2 camels by way of weight to steady her." When Bulukiya heard this, he marveled and thanked Allah Almighty for safety. Then said the king, "Tell me thy adventures and what brought thee to this island." So he told him his story from first to last, and the king marveled at his words, and kept Bulukiya with him 2 months. Upon this Hasib Karim al-Din, after he had marveled at her story, again besought the serpent queen, saying, "I pray thee of thy goodness and graciousness command one of thy subjects conduct me to the surface of the earth, that I may return to my family." But she answered, "O Hasib, I know that the first thing thou wilt do, after seeing the face of the earth, will be to greet thy family and then repair to the hammam bath and bathe, and the moment thou endest thine ablutions will see the last of me, for it will be the cause of my death." Quoth Hasib, "I swear that I will never again enter the hammam bath so long as I live, but when washing is incumbent on me, I will wash at home." Rejoined the queen, "I would not trust thee though thou shouldst swear to me 100 oaths, for such abstaining is not possible, and I know thee to be a son of Adam for whom no oath is sacred. Thy father Adam made a covenant with Allah the Most High, who kneaded the clay whereof he fashioned him 40 mornings and made his angels prostrate themselves to him, yet after all his promise did he forget and his oath violate, disobeying the commandment of his Lord." When Hasib heard this, he held his peace and burst into tears, nor did he leave weeping for the space of 10 days, at the end of which time he said to the queen, "Prithee acquaint me with the rest of Bulukiya's adventures." Accordingly, she began again as follows, "Know, O Hasib, that Bulukiya, after abiding 2 months with King Barakiya, farewelled him and fared on over wastes and deserts nights and days till he came to a high mountain which he ascended. On the summit he beheld seated a great angel glorifying the names of God and invoking blessings on Muhammad. Before him lay a tablet covered with characters, these white and those black, FN number 530, whereon his eyes were fixed, and his 2 wings were outspread to the full, one to the western and the other to the eastern horizon. Bulukiya approached and saluted the angel, who returned his salam, adding, "Who art thou and whence comest thou and whither wendest thou and what is thy story?" Accordingly, he repeated to him his history, from first to last, and the angel marveled mightily thereat, whereupon Bulukiya said to him, "I pray thee in return acquaint me with the meaning of this tablet and what is writ thereon, and what may be thine occupation and thy name." Replied the angel, "My name is Michael, and I am charged with the shifts of night and day, and this is my occupation till the day of doom. Balukia wondered at his words and at his aspect and the vastness of his stature and, taking leave of him, fared onwards, night and day, till he came to a vast meadow over which he walked, observing that it was traversed by 7 streams and abounded in trees. He was struck by its beauty, and in one corner thereof he saw a great tree, and under it 4 angels. So he drew near to them, and found the first in the likeness of a man, the second in the likeness of a wild beast, the third in the likeness of a bird, and the fourth in the likeness of a bull, engaged in glorifying Almighty Allah, and saying, O my God and my Master and my Lord, I conjure thee, by thy truth and by the decree of thy Prophet Muhammad, on whom be blessings and peace, to vouchsafe thy mercy and grant thy forgiveness to all things created in my likeness, for thou over all things art almighty. Balukia marveled at what he heard, but continued his journey till he came to another mountain, and ascending it, found there a great angel seated on the summit, glorifying God and hallowing him and invoking blessings on Muhammad, whom Allah save and save. And he saw that angel continually opening and shutting his hands and bending and extending his fingers. He accosted him and saluted him, whereupon the angel returned his salam and inquired who he was and how he came thither. So Balukia acquainted him with his adventures, including his having lost the way, and besought him to tell him, in turn, who he was and what was his function and what mountain was that. Quoth the angel, Know, O Balukia, that this is the mountain Kaf, which encompasseth the world, and all the countries the Creator hath made are in my grasp. When the Almighty is minded to visit any land with earthquake or famine or plenty or slaughter or prosperity, he biddeth me carry out his commands, and I carry them out without stirring from my place. For know thou that my hands lay hold upon the roots of the earth. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 496th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the queen continued, when the angel said, And know thou that my hands lay hold upon the roots of the earth, he asked, And hath Allah created other worlds than this within the mountain Kaf? The angel answered, Yes, he hath made a world white as silver, whose vastness none knoweth save himself, and hath peopled it with angels, whose meat and drink are his praise and hallowing and continual blessings upon his Prophet Muhammad, whom Allah bless and keep. Every Thursday night, FN number 531, they repair to this mountain and worship in congregation Allah until the morning, and they assign the future recompense of their lords and litanies to the sinners of the faith of Muhammad, whom Allah save and save, and to all who make the ghusl ablution of Friday, and this is their function until the day of resurrection. Asked Balukia, And hath Allah created other mountains behind the mountain Kaf? Whereto he answered, Yes, behind this mountain is a range of mountains 500 years' journey long, of snow and ice, and this it is that wardeth off the heat of Jahannam from the world, which verily would else be consumed thereby. Moreover, behind the mountain Kaf are 40 worlds, each one the bigness of this world 40 times told, some of gold and some of silver and others of carnelian. Each of these worlds hath its own colour, and Allah hath peopled them with angels, that know not eve nor Adam nor night nor day, and have no other business than to celebrate his praises and hallow him and make profession of his unity and proclaim his omnipotence and supplicate him on behalf of the followers of Muhammad, whom Allah bless and keep. And know, also, O Balukia, that the earths were made in 7 stages, one upon another, and that Allah hath created one of his angels, whose stature and attributes none knoweth but himself, and who beareth the 7 stages upon his shoulders. Under this angel Almighty Allah hath created a great rock, and under the rock a bull, and under the bull a huge fish, and under the fish a mighty ocean. FN number 532. God once told Isa, with whom be peace, of this fish, and he said, O Lord, show me the fish, that I may look upon it. So the Almighty commanded an angel to take Isa and show him the fish. Accordingly, he took him up and carried him, with whom be peace, to the sea, wherein the fish dwelt, and said, Look, O Isa, upon the fish. He looked but at first saw nothing, when, suddenly, the fish darted past like lightning. At this sight Isa fell down as swoon, and when he came to himself, Allah spake to him by inspiration, saying, O Isa, hast thou seen the fish and comprehended its length and its breadth? He replied, By thy honour and glory, O Lord, I saw no fish, but there passed me by a great bull, whose length was 3 days' journey, and I know not what manner of thing this bull is. Quoth Allah, O Isa, this that thou sawest and which was 3 days in passing by thee, was but the head of the fish, FN number 533, and know that every day I create 40 fishes like unto this. And Isa hearing this marvelled at the power of Allah the Almighty. Asked Balukiya, What hath Allah made beneath this sea which containeth the fish? And the angel answered, Under the sea the Lord created a vast abyss of air, under the air fire, and under the fire a mighty serpent, by name Falak, and were it not for fear of the Most Highest, this serpent would assuredly swallow a pole that is above it, air and fire and the angel and his burden, without sensing it. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 497th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the angel said to Balukiya when describing the serpent, and were it not for fear of the Most Highest, this serpent would assuredly swallow a pole that is above it, air and fire, and the angel and his burden, without sensing it. When Allah created this serpent he said to it by inspiration, I will give thee somewhat to keep for me, so open thy mouth. The serpent replied, Do whatso thou wilt, and opened his mouth, and God placed hell into his maw, saying, Keep it until the day of resurrection. When that time comes, the Almighty will send his angels with chains to bring hell and bind it until the day when all men shall meet, and the Lord will order hell to go open its gates, and there will issue therefrom sparks bigger than the mountains. When Balukiya heard these things he wept with sore weeping and, taking leave of the angel, fared on westwards, till he came in sight of 2 creatures sitting before a great shut gate. As he drew near, he saw that one of the gatekeepers had the semblance of a lion and the other that of a bull, so he saluted them and they returned his salam and inquired who and whence he was and whither he was bound. Quoth he, I am of the sons of Adam, a wanderer for the lover of Muhammad, whom Allah save and save, and I have strayed from my way. Then he asked them what they were and what was the gate before which they sat, and they answered, We are the guardians of this gate thou seest, and we have no other business than the praise and hallowing of Allah and the invocation of blessings on Muhammad, whom may he bless and keep. Balukiya wondered and asked them, What is within the gate? And they answered, We wot not. Then quoth he, I conjure you, by the truth of your glorious Lord, open to me the gate, that I may see that which is therein. Quoth they, We cannot, and none may open this gate, of all created beings save Gabriel, the faithful one, with whom be peace. Then Balukiya lifted up his voice in supplication to Allah, saying, O Lord, send me thy messenger Gabriel, the faithful one, to open for me this gate that I may see what be therein. And the Almighty gave ear unto his prayer and commanded the archangel to descend to earth and open to him the gate of the meeting place of the 2 seas. So Gabriel descended and, saluting Balukiya, opened the gate to him, saying, Enter this door, for Allah commandeth me to open to thee. So he entered and Gabriel locked the gate behind him and flew back to heaven. When Balukiya found himself within the gate, he looked and beheld a vast ocean, half salt and half fresh, bounded on every side by mountain ranges of red ruby whereon he saw angels singing the praises of the Lord and hallowing him. So he went up to them and saluted them, and having received a return of his salam, questioned them of the sea and the mountains. Replied they, This place is situate under the Ashur imperial heaven, and this ocean causeth the flux and flow of all the seas of the world, and we are appointed to distribute them and drive them to the various parts of the earth, the salt to the salt and the fresh to the fresh. FN number 534, and this is our employ until the day of doom. As for the mountain ranges, they serve to limit and to contain the waters. But thou, whence comest thou and whither art thou bound? So he told them his story and asked them of the road. They bade him traverse the surface of the ocean which lay before him. So he anointed his feet with the juice of the herb he had with him, and taking leave of the angels, set out upon the face of the sea and sped on over the water nights and days. And as he was faring, behold, he met a handsome youth journeying along like himself, whereupon he greeted him and he returned his greeting. After they parted, he espied 4 great angels wayfaring over the face of the sea, and their going was like the blinding lightning. So he stationed himself in the road, and when they came up to him, he saluted them and said to them, I ask you by the Almighty, the Glorious, to tell me your names and whither are ye bound? Replied the first angel, my name is Gabriel, and these my companions are called Israfil and Mikael and Azrael. There hath appeared in the east a mighty dragon, which hath laid waste 1,000 cities and devoured their inhabitants. Wherefore Allah Almighty hath commanded us to go to him and seize him and cast him into Jahannam. Baluchia marvelled at the vastness of their stature and fared on, as before, days and nights, till he came to an island where he landed and walked about for a while, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 498th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Baluchia landed on the island and walked about for a while, till he saw a comely young man with light shining from his visage, sitting weeping and lamenting between 2 built tombs. So he saluted him and he returned his salutation, and Baluchia said to him, Who art thou and what are these 2 built tombs between which thou sittest, and wherefore this wailing? He looked at him and wept with sore weeping, till he drenched his clothes with his tears, then said, Know thou, O my brother, mine is a marvellous story and a wondrous, but I would have thee sit by me and first tell me thy name and thine adventures and who thou art and what brought thee hither, after which I will, in turn, relate to thee my history. So Baluchia sat down by him and related to him all that had befallen him from his father's death, FN number 535, adding, Such is my history, the whole of it, and Allah alone knoweth what will happen to me after this. When the youth heard his story, he sighed and said, O thou unhappy! How few things thou hast seen in thy life compared with mine. Know, O Baluchia, that unlike thyself I have looked upon our Lord Solomon, in his life, and have seen things past count or reckoning. Indeed, my story is strange and my case out of range, and I would have thee abide with me, till I tell thee my history and acquaint thee how I come to be sitting here. Hearing this much, Hasib again interrupted the Queen of the Serpents and said to her, Allah upon thee, O Queen, release me and command one of thy servants carry me forth to the surface of the earth, and I will swear an oath to thee that I will never enter the hammam bath as long as I live. But she said, This is a thing which may not be, nor will I believe thee upon thine oath. When he heard this, he wept, and all the serpents wept on his account and took to interceding for him with their queen, saying, We beseech thee, bid one of us carry him forth to the surface of the earth, and he will swear thee an oath never to enter the bath his life long. Now when Yamalika, for such was the queen's name, heard their appeal, she turned to Hasib and made him swear to her an oath, after which she bade a serpent carry him forth to the surface of the earth. The serpent made ready, but as she was about to go away with him, he turned to Queen Yamlaka and said, I would fain have thee tell me the history of the youth whom Baluchia saw sitting between 2 tombs. So she said, Know, O Hasib, that when Baluchia sat down by the youth and told him his tale, from first to last, in order that the other might also recount his adventures and explain the cause of his sitting between the 2 tombs. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 499th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the queen continued. When Bulukiya ended his recount, the youth said, "How few things of marvel hast thou seen in thy life, O unhappy! Now I have looked upon our Lord Solomon while he was yet living, and I have witnessed wonders beyond compt and conception." And he began to relate the story of Janshah. FN number 536. Know, O my brother, that my sire was a king called Tegmus, who reigned over the land of Kabul and the Banu Shalan, 10,000 warlike chiefs, each ruling over 100 walled cities and 100 citadels. And he was suzerain also over 7 vassal princes, and tribute was brought to him from the broad lands between east and west. He was just and equitable in his rule, and Allah Almighty had given him all this and had bestowed on him such mighty empire, yet had he not vouchsafed him a son, though this was his dearest wish, to inherit the kingdom after his decease. So one day it befell that he summoned the ulama and astrologers, the mathematicians and almanac makers, and said, "Draw me my horoscope, and look if Allah will grant me a son to succeed me." Accordingly, they consulted their books and calculated his dominant star and the aspects thereof, after which they said to him, "Know, O king, that thou shalt be blessed with a son, but by none other than the daughter of the king of Khorasan." Hearing this, Tegmus joyed with exceeding joy, and, bestowing on the astrologers and wizards treasure beyond numbering or reckoning, dismissed them. His chief wazir was a renowned warrior, by name Ain Zar, who was equal to 1,000 cavaliers in battle, so him he summoned and, repeating to him what the astrologers had predicted, he said, "O wazir, it is my will that thou equip thee for a march to Khorasan and demand for me the hand of its king Bahwan's daughter." Receiving these orders, the wazir at once proceeded to get ready for the journey and encamped without the town with his troops and braves and retinue, whilst King Tegmus made ready as presents for the king of Khorasan 1,500 loads of silks and precious stones, pearls and rubies and other gems, besides gold and silver. And he also prepared a prodigious quantity of all that goeth to the equipment of a bride. Then, loading them upon camels and mules, delivered them to Ain Zar, with a letter to the following purport. After invoking the blessing of heaven, King Tegmus to King Bahwan, greeting. Know that we have taken counsel with the astrologers and sages and mathematicians, and they tell us that we shall have boon of a boy child, and that by none other than thy daughter. Wherefore I have dispatched unto thee my wazir Ain Zar, with great store of bridal gear, and I have appointed him to stand in my stead and to enter into the marriage contract in my name. Furthermore I desire that of thy favour thou wilt grant him his request without stay or delay, for it is my own, and all graciousness thou showest him, I take for myself, but beware of crossing me in this, for know, O King Bahwan, that Allah hath bestowed upon me the kingdom of Kabul, and hath given me dominion over the Banu Shalan and vouchsafed me a mighty empire, and if I marry thy daughter, we will be, I and thou, as one thing in kingship, and I will send thee every year as much treasure as will suffice thee. And this is my desire of thee." Then King Tegmus sealed the letter with his own ring and gave it to the wazir, who departed with a great company and journeyed till he drew near the capital of Khorasan. When King Bahwan heard of his approach, he dispatched his principal emirs to meet him, FN number 537, with a convoy of food and drink and other requisites, including forage for the steeds. So they fared forth with the train till they met the wazir. Then, alighting without the city, they exchanged salutations and abode there, eating and drinking, 10 days, at the end of which time they mounted and rode on into the town, where they were met by King Bahwan, who came out to greet the wazir of King Tegmus, and alighting, embraced him and carried him to his citadel. Then Ain Zar brought out the presents and laid them before King Bahwan, together with a letter of King Tegmus, which when the king read and understood, he joyed with joy exceeding and welcomed the wazir, saying, "Rejoice in winning thy wish, and know that if King Tegmus sought of me my life, verily I would give it to him." Then he went in forthright to his daughter and her mother and his kinsfolk, and acquainting them with the king of Kabul's demand sought counsel of them, and they said, "Do what seemeth good to thee." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 500th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Burton consulted his daughter and her mother and his kinsfolk, and they said, Do what seemeth good to thee." So he returned straightway to the minister Ainza and notified to him that his desire had been fulfilled, and the wazir abode with him 2 months, at the end of which time he said to him, "We beseech thee to bestow upon us that wherefore we came, so we may depart to our own land." "I hear and obey," answered the king. Then he prepared all the gear wanted for the wedding, and when this was done he assembled his wazirs and all his emirs and the grandees of his realm and the monks and priests who tied the knot of marriage between his daughter and King Tegmus by proxy. And King Burton bade decorate the city after the goodliest fashion and spread the streets with carpets. Then he equipped his daughter for the journey and gave her all manner of presents and rarities and precious metals, such as none may describe, and Ainza departed with the princess to his own country. When the news of their approach reached King Tegmus, he bade celebrate the wedding festivities and adorn the city, after which he went in unto the princess and abated her maidenhead, nor was it long before she conceived by him and, accomplishing her months, bare a man-child like the moon on the night of its full. When King Tegmus knew that his wife had given birth to a goodly son, he rejoiced with exceeding joy and, summoning the sages and astrologers and mathematicians, said to them, "I would that ye draw the horoscope of the newborn child with his ascendant and its aspects, and acquaint me what shall befall him in his lifetime." So they made their calculations and found them favorable, but that he would, in his 15th year, be exposed to perils and hardships, and that if he survived, he would be happy and fortunate and become a greater king than his father and more powerful. The king rejoiced greatly in this prediction and named the boy Jansha. Then he delivered him to the nurses, wet and dry, who reared him excellently well till he reached his 5th year, when his father taught him to read the Evangel and instructed him in the art of arms and lunge of lance and sway of sword, so that in less than 7 years he was wont to ride a hunting and a chasing. He became a doughty champion, perfect in all the science of the cavaleris, and his father was delighted to hear of his knightly prowess. It chanced one day that King Tegmus and his son, accompanied by the troops, rode out for sport into the woods and wilds and hunted till mid-afternoon of the 3rd day, when the prince started a gazelle of a rare colour, which fled before him. So he gave chase to it, followed by 7 of the King Tegmus's white slaves, all mounted on swift steeds, and rode at speed after the gazelle, which fled before them, till she brought them to the seashore. They all ran at her to take her as their quarry, but she escaped from them and, throwing herself into the waves, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 501st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Jansha and the Mamelukes ran at the gazelle, to take her as their quarry, she escaped from them and, throwing herself into the waves, swam out to a fishing bark that was moored near the shore, and sprang on board. Jansha and his followers dismounted and, boarding the boat, made prize of the gazelle and were minded to return to shore with her, when the prince espied a great island in the offing and said to his merry men, "I have a longing to visit yonder island." They answered, "We hear and obey," and sailed on till they came to the island, where they landed and amused themselves with exploring the place. Then they again embarked and, taking with them the gazelle, set out to return homeward, but the murk of evening overtook them and they missed their way on the main. Moreover, a strong wind arose and drave the boat into mid-ocean, so that when they awoke in the morning, they found themselves lost at sea. Such was the case, but as regards King Tegmus, when he missed his son, he commanded his troops to make search for him in separate bodies. So they dispersed on all sides, and a company of them, coming to the seashore, found there the prince's white slave whom he had left in charge of the horses. They asked him what was become of his master and the other 6, and he told them what had passed, whereupon they took him with them and returned to the king and acquainted him with what they had learnt. When Tegmus heard their report, he wept with sore weeping and cast the crown from his head, biting his hands for vexation. Then he rose forthright and wrote letters and dispatched them to all the islands of the sea. Moreover, he got together 100 ships and filling them with troops, sent them to sail about in quest of Janshah, while he himself withdrew with his troops to his capital, where he abode in sore concern. As for Janshah's mother, when she heard of his loss, she buffeted her face and began the mourning ceremonies for her son, making sure that he was dead. Meanwhile, Janshah and his men ceased not driving before the wind, and those in search of them cruised about for 10 days, till, finding no trace, they returned and reported failure to the king. But a stiff gale caught the prince's craft, which went spooning till they made a second island, where they landed and walked about. Presently they came upon a spring of running water in the midst of the island, and saw from afar a man sitting hard by it. So they went up to him and saluted him, and he returned their salam, speaking in a voice like the whistle FN number 538 of birds. Whilst Janshah stood marvelling at the man's speech, he looked right and left and suddenly split himself in twain, and each half went a different way. FN number 539. Then there came down from the hills a multitude of men of all kinds, beyond count and reckoning, and they no sooner reached the spring, than each one divided into 2 halves, and rushed on Janshah and his Mamelukes to eat them. When the voyagers saw this, they turned and fled seawards, but the cannibals pursued them and caught and ate 3 of the slaves, leaving only 3 slaves, who with Janshah reached the boat in safety. Then launching her made for the water and sailed nights and days without knowing whither their ship went. They killed the gazelle, and lived on her flesh, till the winds drove them to a 3rd island, which was full of trees and waters and flower gardens and orchards laden with all fashion of fruits, and streams strayed under the tree shade. Brief, the place was a Garden of Eden. The island pleased the prince, and he said to his companions, "Which of you will land and explore?" Then said one of the slaves, "That will I do." But he replied, "This thing may not be. You must all land and explore the place while I abide in the boat." So he set them ashore. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 502nd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the prince set them ashore, and they searched the island, east and west, but found no one. Then they fared on inland to the heart thereof, till they came to a castle compassed about with ramparts of white marble, within which was a palace of the clearest crystal, and set in its centre a garden containing all manner fruits beyond description, both fresh and dry, and flowers of grateful odour, and trees and birds singing upon the boughs. Amiddlemost the garden was a vast basin of water, and beside it a great open hall with raised dais whereon stood a number of stools surrounding the throne of red gold, studded with all kinds of jewels and especially rubies. And seeing the beauty of the castle and of the garden, they entered and explored in all directions, but found no one there. So after rummaging the castle they returned to Janshah and told him what they had seen. When he heard their report, he cried, "Needs must I solace myself with the sight of it." So he landed and accompanied them to the palace, which he entered marvelling at the goodliness of the place. They then visited every part of the gardens and ate of the fruits, and continued walking till it waxed dark, when they returned to the estrade and sat down, Janshah on the throne in the centre and the 3 others on the stools ranged to the right and left. Then the prince, the seated, called to mind his separation from his father's throne city FN number 540, and country and friends and kinsfolk, and fell a weeping and lamenting over their loss, whilst his men wept around him. And as they were thus sorrowing, behold, they heard a mighty clamour, that came from seaward, and looking in the direction of the clamour saw a multitude of apes, as they were swarming locusts. Now the castle and the island belonged to these apes, who, finding the strangers' boat moored to the strand, had scuttled it and after repaired to the palace, where they came upon Janshah and his men seated. Here the Serpent Queen again broke off her recital, saying, "All this, O Hasib, was told to Bulukiya by the young man sitting between the two tombs." Quoth Hasib, "And what did Janshah do with the apes?" So the queen resumed her tale. He and his men were sore affrighted at the appearance of the apes, but a company of them came up to the throne whereon he sat and, kissing the earth before him, stood a while in his presence with their paws upon their breasts in posture of respect. Then another troop brought to the castle gazelles, which they slaughtered and skinned, and roasting pieces of the flesh till fit for food they laid them on platters of gold and silver, and spreading the table, made signs to Janshah and his men to eat. The prince and his followers came down from their seats and ate, and the apes sat with them, till they were satisfied, when the apes took away the meat and sat on fruits of which they partook and praised Allah the Most Highest. Then Janshah asked the apes by signs what they were and to whom the palace belonged, and they answered him by signals, "Know ye that this island belonged of yore to our Lord Solomon, son of David, on both of whom be peace, and he used to come hither once every year for his solace." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 503rd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Janshah asked the apes by signs to whom the palace belonged, they answered him by signals, "Of a truth this place belonged of yore to our Lord Solomon, son of David, on both of whom be peace, who used to come hither once every year for his solace, and then went his ways." Presently the apes continued, "And know, O king, that thou art become our sultan and we are thy servants, so eat and drink, and whatso thou ever bid us, that will we do." So saying, they severally kissed the earth between the hands of Janshah, and all took their departure. The prince slept that night on the throne and his men on the stools about him, and on the morrow, at daybreak, the 4 wazirs or captains of the apes presented themselves before him, attended by their troops, who ranged themselves about him, rank after rank, until the place was crowded. Then the wazirs approached and exhorted him by signs to do justice amongst them and rule them righteously, after which the apes cried out to one another and went away, all save a small party which remained in presence to serve him. After a while, there came up a company of apes with huge dogs in the semblance of horses, each wearing about his head a massive chain, and signed to Janshah and his 3 followers to mount and go with them. So they mounted, marvelling at the greatness of the dogs, and rode forth, attended by the 4 wazirs and a host of apes like swarming locusts, some riding on dogs and others afoot, till they came to the seashore. Janshah looked for the boat which brought him, and finding it scuttled, turned to the wazirs and asked how this had happened to it, whereto they answered, "Know, O king, that, when thou camest to our island, we kenned that thou wouldest be sultan over us, and we feared lest ye all flee from us, in our absence, and embark in the boat, so we sank it." When Janshah heard this, he turned to his Mamelukes and said to them, "We have no means of escaping from these apes, and we must patiently await the ordinance of the Almighty." Then they fared on inland and ceased not faring till they came to the banks of a river, on whose other side rose a high mountain, whereon Janshah saw a multitude of gulls. So he turned to the apes and asked them, "What are these gulls?" And they answered, "Know, O king, that these gulls are our mortal foes, and we come hither to do battle with them." Janshah marvelled to see them riding horses, and was startled at the vastness of their bulk and the strangeness of their semblance, for some of them had heads like bulls and others like camels. As soon as the gulls espied the army of the apes, they charged down to the river bank, and standing there, fell to pelting them with stones as big as maces, and between them there befell a sore fight. Presently, Janshah, seeing that the gulls were getting the better of the apes, cried out to his men, saying, unease your bows and arrows and shoot at them your best shafts and keep them off from us. They did so and slew of the gulls much people. When they fell upon them saw dismay and they turned to flee, but the apes, seeing Janshah's prowess, forded the river and headed by their sultan chased the gulls, killing many of them in the pursuit, till they reached the high mountain where they disappeared. And while exploring the said mountain Janshah found a tablet of alabaster, whereon was written, O thou who enterest this land, know that thou wilt become sultan over these apes and that from them there is no escape for thee, except by the passes that run east and west through the mountains. If thou take the eastern pass, thou wilt fare through a country swarming with gulls and wild beasts, marids and ifrits, and thou wilt come, after 3 months' journeying, to the ocean which encompasseth the earth. But, if thou travel by the western pass, it will bring thee, after 4 months' journeying, to the head of the Wadi of Emmets. FN number 541. When thou hast followed the road that leads through this mountain 10 days, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 504th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Janshah read this much upon the tablet and found, at the end of the inscription, Then thou wilt come to a great river, whose current is so swift that it blindeth the eyes. Now this river drieth up every Sabbath, FN number 542, and on the opposite bank lies a city wholly inhabited by Jews, who the faith of Muhammad refuse. There is not a Muslim among the band, nor is there other than this city in the land. Better therefore lord it over the apes, for so long as thou shalt tarry amongst them they will be victorious over the gulls. And know also that he who wrote this tablet was the Lord Solomon, son of David, on both be peace. When Janshah read these words, he wept sore and repeated them to his men. Then they mounted again and, surrounded by the army of the apes who were rejoicing in their victory, returned to the castle. Here Janshah abode, sultaning over them, for 1.5 years. And at the end of this time, he one day commanded the ape army to mount and go forth a-hunting with him, and they rode out into the woods and wilds, and fared on from place to place, till they approached the Wadi of Emmets, which Janshah knew by the description of it upon the alabaster tablet. Here he bade them dismount and they all abode there, eating and drinking a space of 10 days, after which Janshah took his men apart one night and said, I purpose we flee through the valley of Emmets and make for the town of the Jews. It may be Allah will deliver us from these apes and we will go God's ways. They replied, We hear and we obey. So he waited till some little of the night was spent, then, donning his armor and girding his sword and dagger and such like weapons, and his men doing likewise, they set out and fared on westwards till morning. When the apes awoke and missed Janshah and his men, they knew that they had fled. So they mounted and pursued them, some taking the eastern pass and others that which led to the Wadi of Emmets. Nor was it long before the apes came in sight of the fugitives, as they were about to enter the valley, and hastened after them. When Janshah and his men saw them, they fled into the Emmet valley, but the apes soon overtook them and would have slain them, when behold, there rose out of the earth a multitude of ants like swarming locusts, as big as dogs, and charged home upon the apes. They devoured many of their foes, and these also slew many of the ants, but help came to the Emmets. Now an ant would go up to an ape and smite him and cut him in twain, whilst 10 apes could hardly master one ant and bear him away and tear him in sunder. The sore battle lasted till the evening, but the Emmets were victorious. In the gloaming Janshah and his men took to flight and fled along the sole of the wadi. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 505th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that in the gloaming Janshah and his men took to flight and fled along the sole of the wadi till the morning. With the break of day, the apes were up and at them, which when the prince saw, he shouted to his men, Smite with your swords. So they bared their blades and laid on load right and left, till there ran at them an ape, with tusks like an elephant, and smote one of the Mamelukes and cut him in sunder. Then the apes redoubled upon Janshah, and he fled with his followers into the lower levels of the valley, where he saw a vast river and by its side a mighty army of ants. When the emirs espied Janshah, they pushed on and surrounded him, and one of the slaves fell to smiting them with his sword and cutting them in twain, whereupon the whole host set upon him and slew him. At this pass, behold, up came the apes from over the mountain and fell in numbers upon Janshah, but he tore off his clothes and, plunging into the river, with his remaining servant, struck out for the middle of the stream. Presently, he caught sight of a tree on the other bank, so he swam up to it and laying hold of one of its branches, hung to it and swung himself ashore. But as for the last Mameluke, the current carried him away and dashed him to pieces against the mountain. Thereupon Janshah fell to wringing his clothes and spreading them in the sun to dry, what while there befell a fierce fight between the apes and the ants, until the apes gave up the pursuit and returned to their own land. Meanwhile, Janshah, who abode alone on the river bank, could do naught but shed tears till nightfall, when he took refuge in a cavern and there passed the dark hours, in great fear and feeling desolate for the loss of his slaves. At daybreak, awaking from his sleep, he set out again and fared on nights and days, eating of the herbs of the earth, till he came to the mountain in which burnt like fire, and thence he made the river which dried up every Sabbath. Now it was a mighty stream, and on the opposite bank stood the great city, which was the capital of the Jews mentioned in the tablet. Here he abode till the next Sabbath, when the river dried up, and he walked over to the other side and entered the Jew city, but saw none in the streets. So he wandered about till he came to the door of a homestead, which he opened, and entering, espied within the people of the house sitting in silence and speaking not a syllable. Quoth he, I am a stranger and an hungered, and they signed to him, as to say, eat and drink, but speak not. FN number 543. So he ate and drank and slept that night, and, when morning dawned, the master of the house greeted him and bade him welcome and asked him, Whence comest thou and whither art thou bound? At these words Janshah wept sore and told him all that had befallen him and how his father was king of Kabul. Whereat the Jew marveled and said, Never heard we of that city, but we have heard from the merchants of the caravans that in that direction layeth a land called Dalyaman. How far is that land from this place? Asked Janshah, and the Jew answered, The Kafila merchants pretend that it is a 2 years and 3 months march from their land hither. Quoth Janshah, And when doth the caravan come? Quoth the Jew, Next year 'twill come. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 506th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Jew was questioned anent the coming of the caravan, he replied, Next year 'twill come. At these words the prince wept sore and fell a sorrowing for himself and his Mamelukes, and lamenting his separation from his mother and father and all which had befallen him and his wanderings. Then said the Jew, O young man, do not weep, but sojourn with us till the caravan shall come, when we will send thee with it to thine own country. So he tarried with the Jew 2 whole months, and every day he went out walking in the streets for his solace and diversion. Now it chanced one day, whilst he paced about the main thoroughfares, as of wont, and was bending his steps right and left, he heard a crier crying aloud and saying, Who will earn 1,000 gold pieces and a slave girl of surpassing beauty and loveliness by working for me between morning and noontide? But no one answered him, and Janshah said in his mind, Were not this work dangerous and difficult, he would not offer 1,000 dinars and a fair girl for half a day's labor. Then he accosted the crier and said, I will do the work. So the man carried him to a lofty mansion where they found one who was a Jew and a merchant, seated on an ebony chair, to whom quoth the crier, standing respectfully before him, O merchant, I have cried every day these 3 months, and none hath answered, save this young man. Hearing his speech, the Jew welcomed Janshah, led him into a magnificent sitting room and signalled to bring food. So the servants spread the table and set thereon all manner meats, of which the merchant and Janshah ate, and washed their hands. Then wine was served up, and they drank, after which the Jew rose and bringing Janshah a purse of 1,000 dinars and a slave girl of rare beauty, said to him, "Take maid and money to thy hire." Janshah took them and seated the girl by his side when the trader resumed, "Tomorrow to the work." And so saying he withdrew, and Janshah slept with the damsel that night. As soon as it was morning, the merchant bade his slaves clothe him in a costly suit of silkness. He came out of the hammam bath. So they did as he bade them and brought him back to the house, whereupon the merchant called for harp and lute and wine, and they drank and played and made merry till the half of the night was past, when the Jew retired to his harem and Janshah lay with his slave girl till the dawn. Then he went to the bath, and on his return, the merchant came to him and said, "Now I wish thee to do the work for me." "I hear and obey," replied Janshah. So the merchant bade his slaves bring 2 she-mules and set Janshah on one, mounting the other himself. Then they rode forth from the city and fared on from morn till noon, when they made a lofty mountain, to whose height was no limit. Here the Jew dismounted, ordering Janshah to do the same, and when he obeyed, the merchant gave him a knife and a cord, saying, "I desire that thou slaughter this mule." So Janshah tucked up his sleeves and skirts, and going up to the mule, bound her legs with the cord, then threw her and cut her throat, after which he skinned her and lopped off her head and legs, and she became a mere heap of flesh. Then said the Jew, "Slit open the mule's belly and enter it, and I will sew it up on thee. Then must thou abide a while, and whatsoever thou seest in her belly, acquaint me therewith." So Janshah slit the mule's belly and crept into it, whereupon the merchant sewed it up on him and withdrew to a distance. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 507th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the merchant sewed up the mule's belly on Janshah and, withdrawing to a distance, hid himself in the skirts of the mountain. After a while a huge bird swooped down on the dead mule and snatching it up, flew up with it to the top of the mountain, where it set down the quarry and would have eaten it. But Janshah, feeling the bird begin to feed, slit the mule's belly and came forth. When the bird saw him, it took fright at him and flew right away, whereupon he stood up and looking right and left, saw nothing but the carcasses of dead men, mummied by the sun, and exclaimed, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great." Then he looked down the precipice and espied the merchant standing at the mountain foot, looking for him. As soon as the Jew caught sight of him, he called out to him, "Throw me down of the stones which are about thee, that I may direct thee to a way whereby thou mayst descend." So Janshah threw him down some 200 of the stones, which were all rubies, FN number 544, chrysolites and other gems of price, after which he called out to him, saying, "Show me the way down and I will throw thee as many more." But the Jew gathered up the stones and, binding them on the back of the mule, went his way without answering a word and left Janshah alone on the mountain top. When the prince found himself deserted, he began to weep and implore help of heaven, and thus he abode 3 days, after which he rose and fared on over the mountainous ground 2 months' space, feeding upon hill herbs, and he ceased not faring till he came to its skirts and espied afar off a wadi full of fruitful trees and birds harmonious, singing the praises of Allah, the One, the Victorious. At this sight he joyed with great joy and stayed not his steps till, after an hour or so, he came to a ravine in the rocks, through which the rain torrents fell into the valley. He made his way down the cleft till he reached the wadi which he had seen from the mountain top, and walked on therein, gazing right and left, nor ceased so doing until he came in sight of a great castle, towering high in air. As he drew near the gates, he saw an old man of comely aspect and face shining with light standing thereat with a staff of carnelian in his hand, and going up to him, saluted him. The sheikh returned his salam and bade him welcome, saying, "Sit down, O my son." So he sat down at the door of the castle, and the old man said to him, "How camest thou to this land, untrodden by son of Adam before thee, and whither art thou bound?" When Janshah heard his words, he wept bitterly at the thought of all the hardships he had suffered, and his tears choked his speech. Quoth the sheikh, "O my son, leave weeping, for indeed thou makest my heart ache." So saying, he rose and set somewhat of food before him and said to him, "Eat." He ate and praised Allah Almighty, after which the old man besought him, saying, "O my son, I would have thee tell me thy tale and acquaint me with thine adventures." So Janshah related to him all that had befallen him, from first to last, whereat the sheikh marvelled with exceeding marvel. Then said the prince, "Prithee inform me who is the lord of this valley, and to whom doth this great castle belong?" Answered the old man, "Know, O my son, this valley and all that is therein, and this castle with all it containeth, belong to the Lord Solomon, son of David, on both be peace. As for me, my name is Sheikh Nasr, FN number 545.